Nice web, Mr. Crack Spider. Nice web, Crack Spider. Nice web, Crack Spider. Nice web, Crack Spider. Nice web, Crack Spider. Raise over on you. Now spider and go within 100 centimeters. The spider built web. And Rachel.
Greetings, Rachel.
Hey, Gabe.
Good to see you.
Good seeing you. How's it going?
Real nice, real nice.
Awesome. What else we got in here? We've got Martin. Good to see Martin again, and Mario. Welcome, Joshua and Kaylee.
What's up, Rachel?
James is here. Look, it worked. Sean is here.
I just sang his name. Magic.
What's up, gang? Welcome to FlowState.
Sean's the easiest guy to summon. It always works.
Many meows.
That's Tookie. He's about to get all up in my art space. Gonna have to kick him out.
Cats always want to help. They're not the most helpful.
Definitely right up in your business. The cat way.
And hello, Joshua.
Hello, Rachel.
Oh, it was not Rachel that said hi. Ha Psych.
Pardon.
Psych.
I'm only able to see a few tiles at once. Pardon.
That's okay.
There are a lot of tiles up. The beauty of Flow.
I know I'm cheating. I have two. Ha Art space.
So everybody got their art stuff to work on?
Do charts count as art?
Yes.
It's got art in it.
I'll probably switch halfway through, but yeah.
So, does somebody want to kick this party off by starting to read?
I have a
Yes.
couple things. I know Martin wanted to go.
Yeah, I got an early morning tomorrow, so if I could read and go early, that'd be great.
Cool. Yeah.
buddy.
I'm down with that. Read to us about these Rosicrucians.
All right.
That's a really cool book, though, for
Yeah,
real.
I'm enjoying it.
Oh, it gets better. And we're about to find out. Zanoni, chapter 3, book 1. Fra si contrari tempore in ghiaccio e in foco, in riso e in pianto, e fra paura e spena, l'inganatrice donna. Between such contrarious mixtures of ice and fire, laughter and tears, fear and hope, the deceiving dame. Now, notwithstanding the triumph both of the singer and the opera, there had been one moment in the first act, and consequently before the arrival of Pisani, when the scale seemed more than doubtful. It was in a chorus replete with all the peculiarities of the composer. And when this maelstrom of capricci whirled and foamed and tore ear and sense through every variety of sound, the audience simultaneously recognized the hand of Pisani. A title had been given to the opera, which had hitherto prevented all suspicion of its parentage, and the overture and opening, in which the music had been regular and sweet, had led the audience to fancy they detected the genius of their favorite Paisiello. Long accustomed to ridicule and almost to despise the pretensions of Pisani as a composer, they now felt as if they had been unduly cheated into the applause with which they had hailed the overture and the commencing scenas. The ominous buzz circulated round the house. The singers, the orchestra, electrically sensitive to the impression of the audience, grew, themselves agitated and dismayed, and failed in the energy and precision which could alone carry off the grotesqueness of the music. There are always in every theater many rivals to a new author and a new performer. A party impotent while all goes well, but a dangerous ambush the instant some accident throws into confusion the march to success. A hiss arose. It was partial, it is true, but the significant silence of all applause seemed to forebode the coming moment when the displeasure would grow contagious. It was the breath that stirred the impending avalanche. At that critical moment, Viola, the siren queen, emerged for the first time from her ocean cave. As she came forward to the lamps, the novelty of her situation, the chilling apathy of the audience, which even the sight of so singular a beauty did not at first arouse, the whispers of the malignant singers on the stage, the glare of the lights, and more, far more than the rest, that recent hiss which had reached her in her concealment. all froze up her faculties and suspended her voice. And instead of the grand invocation into which she ought rapidly to have burst, the regal siren, retransformed into the trembling girl, stood pale and mute before the stern, cold array of those countless eyes. At that instant, and when consciousness itself seemed about to fail her, as she turned a timid, beseeching glance around the still multitude, she perceived, in a box near the stage, a countenance which at once, and like magic, produced on her mind an effect never to be analyzed nor forgotten. It was one that awakened an indistinct, haunting reminiscence, as if she had seen it in those daydreams she had been so wont from infancy to indulge. She could not withdraw her gaze from that face, and as she gazed, the awe and coldness that had before seized her vanished like a mist from before the sun. In the dark splendor of the eyes that met her own, there was indeed so much of gentle encouragement, of benign and compassionate admiration, so much that warmed and animated and nerved, that anyone, actor or orator, who has ever observed the effect that a single earnest and kindly look in the crowd that is to be addressed and won will produce upon his mind, may readily account for the sudden and inspiriting influence which the eye and smile of the stranger exercised on the debutante. And while yet she gazed, and the glow returned to her heart, the stranger half rose, as if to recall the audience to a sense of courtesy due to one so fair and young. And the instant his voice gave the signal, the audience followed it by a burst of generous applause. For this stranger himself was a marked personage, and his recent arrival at Naples had divided with the new opera the gossip of the city. And then, as the applause ceased, clear, full, and freed from every fetter, like a spirit from the clay, the siren's voice poured forth its entrancing music. From that time, Viola forgot the crowd, the hazard, the whole world, except for the fairy one over which she presided. It seemed that the stranger's presence only served still more to heighten that delusion, in which the artist sees no creation without the circle of his art. She felt as if that serene brow and those brilliant eyes inspired her with powers never before known. And as if searching for a language to express the strange sensations occasioned by his presence, that presence itself whispered to her the melody and the song. Only when all was over and she saw her father and felt his joy, did this wild spell vanish before the sweeter one of the household and filial love. Yet again, as she turned from the stage, she looked back involuntarily, and the stranger's calm and half melancholy smile sunk into her heart to live there, to be recalled with confused memories, half of pleasure and half of pain. Pass over the congratulations of good Cardinal Virtuoso, astonished at finding himself and all Naples had been hitherto in the wrong on a subject of taste, still more astonished at finding himself and all Naples combining to confess it. Pass over the whispered ecstasies of admiration which buzzed in the singer's ear, as once more in her modest veil and quiet dress, she escaped from the crowd of gallants that choked up every avenue behind the scenes, pass over the sweet embrace of father and child, returning through the starlit streets and along the deserted Chiaga in the cardinal's carriage, never pause now to note the tears and ejaculations of the good, simple-hearted mother. See them returned. See the well-known room, venemus ad larum nostrum. See old Gianetta bustling at the supper, and hear Pisani as he rouses the barbiton from its case, communicating all that has happened to the intelligent familiar. Hark to the mother's merry, low English laugh. Why, Viola, strange child, sittest thou apart, thy face leaning on thy fair hands, thine eyes fixed on space? Uprouse thee! Every dimple on thy cheek of home must smile tonight. And a happy reunion it was round that humble table, a feast Lucullus might have envied in his hall of Apollo, in the dried grapes and the dainty sardines and the luxurious polenta and the old lacrima, a present from the good cardinal. The barbiton, placed on a chair, a tall high-backed chair beside the musician, seemed to take a part in the festive meal. Its honest, varnished face glowed in the light of the lamp, and there was an impish, sly demureness in its very silence as its master, between every mouthful, turned to talk to it of something he had forgotten to relate before. The good wife looked affectionately and could not eat for joy, but suddenly she rose and placed on the artist's temples a laurel wreath, which she had woven beforehand in fond anticipation. And Viola, on the other side of her brother, the barbiton, rearranged the chaplet, and smoothing back her father's hair, whispered, "Caro padre, you will not let him scold me again." Then poor Pisani, rather distracted between the two and excited both by the lacrima and his triumph, turned to the younger child with so naive and grotesque a pride. "I don't know which to thank the most. You give me so much joy, child. I am so proud of thee and of myself. But he and I, poor fellow, have been so often unhappy together." Viola's sleep was broken. That was natural. The intoxication of vanity and triumph, the happiness in the happiness she had caused, all this was better than sleep. But still, from all this, again and again, her thoughts flew to those haunting eyes, to that smile with which forever the memory of the triumph of the happiness was to be united. Her feelings, like her own character, were strange and peculiar. They were not those of a girl whose heart, for the first time, reached through the eye, sighs its natural and native language of first love. It was not so much admiration, though the face that reflected itself on every wave of her restless fancies was of the rarest order of majesty and beauty, nor a pleased and enamored recollection that the sight of this stranger had bequeathed. It was a human sentiment of gratitude and delight, mixed with something more mysterious of fear and awe. Certainly she had seen before those features, but when and how? Only when her thoughts had sought to shape out her future, and when, in spite of all the attempts to vision forth the fate of flowers and sunshine, a dark and chill foreboding made her recoil back into her deepest self. It was a something found that had long been sought for by 1,000 restless yearnings and vague desires, less of the heart than mind. Not as when youth discovers the one to be beloved, but rather as when the student, long wandering after the clue to some truth in science, sees it glimmer dimly before him, to beckon, to recede, to allure, and to wane again. She fell at last into unquiet slumber, vexed by deformed, fleeting, shapeless phantoms, and waking as the sun, through a veil of hazy cloud, glinted with a sickly ray across the casement. She heard her father settling back betimes to his one pursuit and calling forth from his familiar a low, mournful strain, like a dirge over the dead. "And why," she asked when she descended to the room below, "why, my father, was your inspiration so sad after the joy of last night?" "I know not, child. I meant to be merry and compose an air in honor of thee. But he is an obstinate fellow, these, and he would have it so." That's the end of chapter 3. And I think I'm going to cut it short there.
Martin, I love your accents.
Hey, thanks.
Yeah, your reading is great. It's terrific.
It's a really
I
nice touch.
appreciate that. I really appreciate it. I worked on it. I got to tell you. Did a little homework.
When we're all rich, we'll give you $1,000 a chapter to continue.
Hey, bring it, baby. Yeah, there was one paragraph that kind of struck me there. It reminded me of, well, I've been going back on Tessarian's Path of the Fool series. I've listened to it before, but I mean, it's like a magnum opus, you know. It's huge. But he mentioned Julian Jaynes, the bicameral mind in the Tower card, which I was just listening to, and it reminded me of this. Well, when Zanoni rose up, you know, to get the crowd to get behind her, you know. Well, here, let me just read, you know, to pull them out of there. I wrote down "stupid stupor." And I'll just read what I have highlighted here. And like a spirit from the clay, the siren's voice poured forth its entrancing music. From that time, Viola forgot the crowd and the hazard, except the fairy one over which she presided. It seemed that the stranger's presence only served still more to heighten that delusion in which the artist sees no creation without the circle of his art. Now, that's a great line. And
Yeah.
I'm still trying to kind of decipher it.
You know, that kind of builds on, I've noticed a theme from previous chapters is that gazing. You know, maybe the last one or maybe the first one, they was talking about the evil eye of you know, an onlooker. In, you know, in that context, early on, she was like avoiding it and uncomfortable with it, but now she's developing it under the gaze of the master, and it's building her. It's giving her energy, whereas before the evil eye was trying to steal her energy, and now she's seeing it as a you know, in a positive light. But maybe that has something to do with that circle of the artist. You know, the circle is his eye that he sees with, and it's his working space as well. I don't know. I see a theme.
Oh, I like that. Yeah. I mean, it helps me. That circle of his art. Yeah, that I, you know, can't really comprehend that, but that helps.
Mm-hmm.
She felt as if that serene brow and those brilliant eyes inspired her with powers never, as if searching for a language to express the strange sensation occasioned by his presence. So it's like she's, you know, reaching back and into that bicameral mind, you know, the time before You know, I guess some people would relate that to, like reincarnation or something,
Yes. Yes.
or touching into the Akashic record or whatever.
Mhm.
And there's a lot of different ways you could interpret that. But that's it for me. I'm gonna hit the hay. I gotta get up real early, like I was saying. So
Thanks for dropping in,
Yeah.
Martin.
Yeah, we
We
appreciate it.
appreciate
Thanks.
you.
Thank you.
thanks for having me, guys. It's always fun.
Much
And
love,
maybe
brother.
I'll try to get in Saturday too, or if you're gonna do it Saturday. We'll see.
Saturday we
kind-
do. It's not a flow state on Saturdays technically.
Oh, okay.
But you could read to us on Saturday too.
Thanks, Kaylee. Well, yeah, I mean, at this rate, it'll take a year to read this book. So
You gotta start doing 2 chapters then.
Yeah, 2 chapters next time.
next week I'll do 2. You bet.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Good night.
Fare thee
Good
well.
night. Good night, sir.
Buenos nachos.
Who wants to read next?
Do you guys want to know what happens to September?
Yes.
Sure, yeah.
Yes, we do.
Been
We're
waiting
very interested
forever.
to know.
It's
This
been a
poor
while.
child that's been abducted. Oh my god.
Yeah, I recognize those tiny canvases.
It gets
Welcome,
good.
JB.
Hey,
Yeah.
Jenny in the house.
Oh, awesome.
Sweet.
Jenny makes beautiful work.
Yes, she does.
J to the B.
Oh, and I do have a
Yo.
I do have a book to read from at some point in time. Wherever I said it. Oh yeah, I said it in this box of underwear.
Perfect.
Meditations on the Tarot. A journey into Christian Hermeticism.
Oh, I've been wanting to read that
Nice.
one.
Cool.
And I didn't have anything in mind. I figured maybe Chance could pull something from the major arcana as a stratagem, but
I have vote the Chariot because that's
Oh, yeah, that's a good
thematic
idea.
to the Vibrant tonight and Weaving Spiders 65.
Oh,
yeah,
man.
for sure.
Had my cards ready. I'm like, let's go. Let's go. That's okay. The chariot's cool.
No, I agree. The Chariot's great, and I don't remember how long the chapters are. I haven't made it all the way through because I was studying it, not reading it, if that makes sense.
Also, the Chariot doesn't have to be the pick. He just asked me, so fuck you guys.
Savage.
Yeah, well,
an
because
Aries.
Chance
I'm
is
getting
so
my
humble, we're
karmic
gonna go with his
comeuppance
pick.
because a cat is attacking my art.
Well, you know what to do. Make it happy. Kiss its asshole. Please don't.
This cat
Just
has
kidding.
a horrible asshole. It's like it's a really fluffy cat, so
Oh yeah.
a lot sticks to it. It's not clean. It's the
That is-
dirtiest cat ever.
Welcome,
makes me-
Mario, to Flow State.
Yeah. That makes me imagine like a thoroughly dramatized and like
There it is.
novelistic description of the process. You know, you're finally being initiated, and they bring in this raggedy, nasty, hairy cat. You know, it's worse than you ever imagined.
Oh, he's gorgeous. He's a beautiful specimen. He's just dirty.
Oh no! I meant if you were going to be initiated, you know, they bring out the cat, and it's like the devil himself. You know.
You guys seeing him?
Yeah, he's beautiful. Remind me his
That's
name.
Tookie.
I forgot.
His full name is
Peregrine Took.
Yeah,
Fool of a Took.
that's why he's so problematic.
You.
It's
Oh,
all
the
in the
name
title.
was meant to be then.
You say Peregrine Took?
Yeah, but we call him Tookie.
Yeah.
And then my other cat is Gandalf, so I wasn't thinking that one through. Gandalf really hates Took, just like in the book. There he goes.
That's kind of funny.
I love it.
You want a close up of the butthole?
Yeah,
No.
go for it.
No.
Oh, hold on, let me see.
No, not
Screen
really.
capture ready?
YouTube was gonna ban you.
That's funny.
But yeah, sorry for the what would we call it, interlude. Rachel, we are thoroughly
You're good.
prepared. I'll forego reading altogether if we can hear from your book.
We're all in flow. No need to apologize.
We got time for you too, Sean. And I've got
Yeah.
something that I can whip out if there's time too. Probably want to do that when I'm low on steam and don't feel like arting anymore. But yeah, Rachel, go. September.
Okay.
Should
I
we get
read
a little recap for people, like just
Sure,
yeah.
a brief synopsis of where we've been with her? I mean, it's a lot, but
I was thinking about that because I read 2 chapters ahead. If you think this next one is too short, I can read the second one after it, but we'll get there when
we're
we
gonna want
get there. So essentially, September was taken by the Green Wind to Fairyland. He's not allowed to go with her, so she's there by herself. She has met some witches, agreed to steal their spoon back from the Marquess, who is a tyrant ruler. And that's kind of where we left off. I think that's it. Yeah. She only has one shoe, the Green Wind smoking jacket, a scepter that she found. I think that's all she's got on her person. So this is chapter 4. The Waverary, in which September is discovered by a wyvern, learns of a most distressing law, and thinks of home, but only briefly. September woke in a meadow full of tiny red flowers. She had walked through the night, watching the moon slowly fall down into the horizon, and all the dark morning stars turn into the sky like a silver carousel. It was important, she reasoned, not to fall asleep in the dark where deviant things might carry her off. No matter how tired she was or how sore her bare foot, she would wait till morning when she could be assured of the sun to keep her warm while she dreamed. And the sun had pulled up a warm blanket of her light over the little girl, tucking her in with gentle beams. September's long hair had dried on the meadow grass. Her orange dress was only a little stiff now from the salt of the sea. She yawned and stretched. "What happened to your shoe?" said a big, deep, rumbling voice. September froze in mid-stretch. 2 blazing, flame-colored eyes danced before her. A dragon was staring at her with acute interest, crouching like a cat in the long grass. His tail waved lazily. The beast's lizardish skin glowed a profound red, the color of the very last embers of the fire. His horns, and these horns led September to presume the dragon a he, jutted out from his head like a young bull's, fine and thick and black. He had his wings tucked neatly back along his knobby spine, where they were bound with a great bronze chain fastened with an extremely serious-looking lock. I lost it," said September, holding herself utterly still so as not to spook either the dragon or herself, her arms still stuck out into the air. "It fell into the sink as I was climbing onto a leopard." "That's not losing it," the beast rumbled sagely. "That's leaving it." Said September. "Don't wear shoes myself," the dragon haroomed. "Tried when I was a wee thing, but the cobblers gave me up for lost." He rose up on heavily muscled hind legs and, balancing carefully on one of them, flexed one enormous 3-toed scarlet foot. His black claws clicked together with a sound like typewriter keys clacking. "You're very quiet. Why don't you say something? Why don't you do a trick? I'll be impressed, I promise. Start with your name. That's easiest." September put down her arms and folded them in her lap. The dragon hunched in close, his smoky sweet breath flaring huge red nostrils. "September," she said softly, "and, well, I'm very scared, and I don't know if you're going to eat me or not, and it's hard to do tricks when you're scared. Anyway, where I come from, It's a known fact that dragons eat people, and I prefer to be the one doing the eating if eating is to be done, which it hasn't been since last night. I don't suppose you have cake? I think dragon food would be all right. It's only fairy food I'm to watch out for. How funny you are, crowed the beast. First off, I'm not a dragon. I don't know where you could have gotten that idea. I was very careful to show you my feet. I'm a wyvern. No forepaws, see? The wyvern displayed his proud, scaled chest, the color of old peaches. He balanced quite well on his massive hindquarters, and the rest of him rose up in a kind of squat S shape, ending in the colossal head, which bore many teeth and a thick jaw and snapping bits of fire-colored whiskers. And you must have very rude dragons where you come from. I've never heard the like. If people show up to a dragon's mountain yelling about sacrifices and, "Oh, ye fell beast, spare my village this, and great dragon, I shall murder thee that," well, certainly a fellow might have a chomp. But you oughtn't judge any more than you judge a lady for eating a lovely fresh salad that a waiter brings her in a restaurant. Sadly, no, I don't have any cake. Oh, I didn't mean any offense. Why should I be offended? Dragons are a bit more than cousins, but a bit less than siblings. I know all about them, you see, because they begin with a D. What is your name, Wyvern? I should have been more polite. I'm the Honorable Wyvern A through L. Small Fay. I would say at your service, but that's rather fussy, and I'm not, you see, so it would be inaccurate. That's a very funny name for, September considered her words, such a fine beast, she finished. It's a family name, A through L said loftily, scratching behind one horn. My father was a library, so properly speaking, I'm a lavern, or a libern. A waverary? I'm still trying to find the best term. Well, I think that's very unlikely, said September, who preferred waverary. However unlikely it may seem, it is the truth, and therefore 100% likely. My sainted mother was a familiar of the highly puissant scientiste, and he loved her. He polished her scales every week with beeswax and truffle oil. He fed her sweet water and bitter radishes grown by hand in his laboratory, and therefore much larger and more bitter than usual radishes. He petted her and called her a good wyvern, and made a bed for her out of river rushes and silk batting and old bones. They didn't come from anyone he knew, so that was all right. And a wyvern nest has to have bones, or else it just isn't home. It was quite a good situation for my mother, even if she hadn't liked him a great deal and thought him very wise. As all reptiles know, the bigger the spectacles, the wiser the wearer, and the scientists were the biggest pair ever built. But even the wisest of men may die, and that is especially true when the wisest of men has a fondness for industrial chemicals. So my mother's patron in a spectacular display of science. So he went. That's very sad, sighed September. Terribly sad, but grief is wasted on the very roasted. Without her companion, my mother lived alone in the ruins of the great library, which was called Compliette, and a very passionate and dashing library indeed. Under the slightly blackened rafters and more than slightly covered and caved-in walls, my mother lived and read and dreamed, allowing herself to grow closer and closer to Compliette, to notice more and more how fine and straight his shelves remained, despite great structural stress. That sort of moral fortitude is rare in this day and age. By and by, my siblings and I were born and romped on the balconies, raced up and down the splintered ladders, and pored over many encyclopedias and exciting novels. I know just everything about everything, so long as it begins with A through L. My mother was widowed by a real estate agent some years ago, and I never finished the encyclopedia. Anyway, Mother told us about our father when we were yearlings. We asked, "Why do we not have a papa?" And she said, "Your papa is the library, and he loves you and will care for you. Do not expect a burly, handsome wyvern to show up and show you how to breathe fire, my loves. None will come. But Compliet has books aplenty on the subject of combustion, and however odd it may seem, you are loved by two parents, just like any other beast." September bit her lip. She did not know how to say it gently. "I had a friend back home named Anna Marie," she said slowly. "Her father sold lawnmowers all over Nebraska and some in Kansas too. When Anna Maria was little, her daddy ran off with a lady from Topeka with the biggest lawn in the country. Anna Marie doesn't even remember her daddy, and sometimes when she's sad, her mother says she didn't have one, that she's an angel's daughter, and no awful lawnmower salesman had a thing to do with her. Do you think maybe it could have been like that with your mother?" A through L looked pityingly at her, his blazing red face scrunched up and down. "September, really? Which do you think is more likely? That some brute bull left my mother with egg and went off to sell loan mosers? Or that she mated with a library and had many loved and loving children? I mean, let's be realistic. Besides, everyone says I look just like my father. Can't you see my wings? Are they not made of fluttering vellum pages? If you squint, you can even read a history of balloon travel." A through L lifted his wings slightly to show their fluttering, but the great bronze chain kept them clamped down. He wagged them feebly. "Oh, of course. How silly of me. You must understand, I'm new to fairyland," September assured him. But really, his wings were leathery and bony, like a pterodactyl's, and not like vellum at all, and there was certainly nothing written there. September thought the creature was a little sad, but also a little dear. "Why are your wings chained up?" she asked, eager to change the subject. A through L looked at her as though she must somehow be addled. "It's the law, you know. You can't be so new as all that. Aeronautic locomotion is permitted only by means of leopard or licensed ragwort stock. I think you'll agree I'm not a leopard or made of ragwort. I'm not allowed to fly." "Why ever not?" A through L shrugged. The Marquess decreed that flight was an unfair advantage in matters of love and cross-country racing. But she's awfully fond of cats, and no one can tell ragwort to sit still, so she granted special dispensations. "But surely you're bigger than the Marquess. Couldn't you say no? Squasher or roaster or something?" A through L marveled. His mouth dropped open a little. "What a violent little thing you are. Of course I'm bigger. And of course I could say no. And of course, in the days of the good Queen Mallow, this would never have happened, and we're all very upset about it. But she's the Marquess. She has a hat. And muscular magic, besides. No one says no to her. Do you say no to your queen?" "We don't have a queen where I live." "Then I'm sorry for you. Queens are very splendid, even when they call themselves Marquess and chain up poor wyverns. Well, very splendid and very frightening. But splendid things are often frightening. Sometimes it's the fright that makes them splendid at all. What kind of place did you come from with no queens and bad fathers and Anna Maries?" "Just one Anna Marie. I come from Nebraska," September said. Home seemed very far away now, and she did not yet miss it. She knew dimly that this made her a bad daughter, but fairyland was already so large and interesting that she tried not to think about that. It's very flat and golden, and my mother lives there. Every day she goes to a factory and works on airplane engines because everyone else's father left for the war, and there was no one left to make airplanes. She's very smart and pretty, and I don't see her much anymore, and my father went away with all the others. He said he would be safe because he would be mainly learning things about other armies and writing them down, not shooting at them. But I don't think he's safe. And I don't think my mother does either. And the house is dark at night, and there are howling things out on the prairies. I keep everything as clean as I can so that when she comes home, she'll be happy and tell me stories before bed and teach me about boilers and things that she knows. September rubbed her arms to keep warm in a sudden breeze that kicked and bucked through the field of little red flowers. I don't really have many friends back home. I like to read, and the other kids like to play baseball or play with jacks or curl their hair. So when the green wind came to my window, I knew what he was about because I've read books where things like that happen. And I didn't have anyone to miss except my mother. September wiped her nose a little. I didn't wave goodbye to her when we flew away. I know I ought to have. But she goes to the factory before I'm awake in the morning and just leaves biscuits and an orange on the table, so I thought maybe I wouldn't say goodbye to her since she doesn't say goodbye to me. I know it was vicious of me, but I couldn't help it. And really, she leaves little notes with the biscuits and sometimes funny drawings. And I didn't leave her anything, so it's not fair at all. But I don't want to go home either, because there aren't gnomes and witches and waveries at home. Just nasty kids with curly hair and a lot of teacups that need washing. So I'll say I'm sorry later, but I think it's better to be in fairyland than not in fairyland on the whole. Excuse me. A through L carefully put his claw around her shoulders. His talons quite dwarfed her. She wrapped her arms around one and leaned against it the way she might have leaned against an old tree trunk back home. Except things are not at all well in fairyland, are they? The witches' brothers are dead, and they've no spoons. And your wings are all chained up and sore. Don't say they aren't, Elle. I can see where they've rubbed the skin away. Can I call you Elle? A through L is so very many syllables. Things are not right here, and I haven't even seen a proper fairy at all, with glittering wings and little dresses. Just sad folk and no food. And that's more than I've said to anyone in forever, even the green wind. I do wish he had been allowed to come with me. I believe I'm sick to death of hearing what is and is not allowed. What is the purpose of a fairyland if everything lovely is outlawed, just like in the real world? How poor you are, September. You make my heart groan. I know about homesickness. It begins with H. What will you do? September sniffed and straightened up. She was not one to feel sorry for herself for long. Mainly, I'm going to Pandemonium to steal the spoon that belongs to the witch Goodbye, so that she can cook up the future again and not feel so sad. A through L sucked in his breath. That's the Marquess's spoon, he whispered. I don't care if it is. What a dreadful person the Marquess must be, with her ugly chains and her bow and her silly hat. I shan't feel bad about stealing it from her. The Waverary drew his huge foot back and settled down on his haunches, just exactly like a cat, so that his face was on a level with September's. She saw now that his eyes were kindly, not fearsome at all, and a beautiful shade of orange. I'm going to the city myself, human girl. After my mother was widowed, my siblings and I went each our separate ways. M through S to be a governess, T through Z to be a soldier, and I to seek our old grandfather, the municipal library of fairyland, which owns all the books in all the world. I hope that he will accept me and love me as a grandson and teach me to be a librarian, for every creature must know a trade. I know I have bad qualities that stand against me, a fire breathing, a fiery breath being chief among these, but I am a good beast, and I enjoy alphabetizing, and perhaps I may get some credit for following in the family business. The Waverary pursed his great lips. Perhaps we might travel together for a little while. Those beasts with unreliable fathers must stick together after all, and I may be a good deal of help in the area of locating suppers. Oh, I would like that, Elle, said September happily. She did not like to travel alone, and she missed the leopard and her green wind fiercely. Let us go now, before the sun gets low again. It is cold in Fairyland at night. The two of them began to walk west, and the chains around the Waverary's red wings jangled and clanked. September was not even so tall as his knee, so after a little while he let her climb the chains and ride up on his back, sliding her scepter through the links. September could not know that humans riding marvelous creatures of a certain size was also not allowed. A through L knew, but for once he did not care. I shall amuse you all along the way, he boomed, by reciting all the things I know. Aardvark, abattoir, abdication, adagio, alligator, Araby. And that's the end of chapter 4.
Abjucation?
I read those like you guys are going to get a kick out of these words. Abdication.
That is a badass word. That's some sovereignty language right there.
Yeah, it's like thematic to what's about to happen.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, I'm loving this story. It's my favorite shit.
Yes.
Me too. That was really enjoyable. Thanks for reading that.
Yeah.
I'll owe you the next 1,000 for when I get rich if you'll just continue one chapter.
Yeah, you're such a good reader for this book.
Thank you.
If we get to the end, I'm going to go back and clip all of your voice out and have my own audiobook with you reading.
I've thought about recording it.
It is quite captivating. Very much a flow state facilitator.
Good. I'm glad you guys are enjoying it.
It's so funny. I laughed a bunch. Is it hard not to laugh out loud while narrating?
Sometimes, yeah. Like, oh, this is silly. Because it is. There's an interesting humor beneath it.
Totally. Such a sad image, not dragon. Wherever. Oh my god.
Wyvern.
A big winged creature with chained wings.
And only rear legs, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
My heart breaks.
It's got to be uncomfortable.
You can totally keep reading. I'm down with that.
Okay. The next chapter is really beautiful. I think I actually cried at one point, but yeah, you can read the next one. So chapter 5, The House Without Warning, in which September measures the distance to Pandemonium, receives a brief lecture in history, meets a soap golem, and is thoroughly scrubbed. September bit into a fat, juicy persimmon. Well, something like a persimmon. Rather larger, greener, and tasting of blueberry cream, but it looked terribly like a persimmon, so September had resolved to call it that. A through L still worried a poor tree, which was so tall and stubbornly thick that no small girl could have ever hoped to climb it, even if she had known that there was fruit up there in its yellowy silver branches. Still, if a dragon, a wyvern, brings it to me, September thought, it's dragon food and not fairy food at all, and no one should blame me for breakfast. September insisted she was full between peals of laughter, but the Waverary seemed to delight in charging the tree with a cheerful snarl and smacking into it full force until the helpless fruit gave up and came tumbling down. After each blow, A through L sat back on his enormous haunches and shook his head, sending his whiskers a-flying. Excuse me. The sight of it kept September laughing helplessly, her skirt tumbling full of oozing green-orange, blueberryish persimmons. Sorry. The sun hitched up her trousers and soldiered up into the sky. September squinted at it, wondering if the sun here was different than the sun in Nebraska. It seemed gentler, more golden, deeper. The shadows it cast seemed more profound, but September could not be sure. When one is traveling, everything looks brighter and lovelier. That doesn't mean it is brighter and lovelier. It just means that sweet, kindly home suffers in comparison to tarted up foreign places with all their jewels on. Okay. How far is it to Pandemonium, Elle? Yawned September. She stretched her legs, flexing her bare toes on her left foot. Can't say, small one. The beast thwacked into the tree again. Pandemonium begins with P, and therefore I don't know very much about it. September thought for a moment. Try capital instead. That starts with C, and fairyland starts with F. So you could, well, cross-reference. A through L left off the nearly persimmon tree. Oh, the nearly persimmon tree, and cocked his head to one side like a curious German shepherd. The capital of fairyland is surrounded by a large circular river, he said slowly, as if reading from a book, called Barley Broom. The city consists of 4 districts: Idle Lily, Song, Hallowgrum, and Mallowmead. Population is itinerant, but summer estimates hover around 10,000 daimonia, which means spirits. And Pan means all, whispered September, since the Wyvern could not be expected to know on account of the P being involved. In September's world, many things began with Pan. Pandemic, Pangea, Panacea, Panoply. These were all big words, to be sure, but as has been said, September read often and liked it best when words did not pretend to be simple, but put on their full armor and rode out with colors flying. The highest point is Groengeir Tower, home of the Royal Inventors Society, madness prerequisite. The lowest is Janglinow Flats, where once the Ondines waged their algae wars. Common imports: grain, wishing fish, bicycle parts, children, sandwiches, brandy wine, silver bullets. Skip to the part where it says, "I am in this many miles away from a girl named September," suggested the girl helpfully. A through L grimaced at her, curling his scarlet lips. All books should be so accommodating, butler-wise, he snorted. As you might expect, the geographical location of the capital of fairyland is fickle and has a rather short temper. I'm afraid the whole thing moves around according to the needs of narrative. September put her persimmon down in the long grass. What in the world does that mean? I suspect that if we act like the kind of folk who would find a fairy city whilst on various adventures involving tricksters, magical shoes, and hooliganism, it will come to us. September blinked. Is that how things are done here? Isn't that how they are done in your world? September thought for a long moment. She thought of how children who acted politely were often treated as good and trustworthy, even if they pulled your hair and made fun of your name when grown-ups weren't around. She thought of how her father acted like a soldier, strict and plain and organized, and how the army came for him. She thought of how her mother acted strong and happy, even when she was sad, and so no one offered to help her, to make casseroles or watch September after school, or come over for gin rummy and tea. And she thought of how she acted just like a child in a story about fairyland, discontent and complaining, and how the green wind had come for her too. I suppose that's how things are done in my world. It's hard to see it, though, on the other side. That's what gnome ointment is for, winked the Wyvern. Well, we'd better be at it then, said September. At least I shall have no trouble with the shoes. She kept a persimmon or two for late lunch. The pockets of her smoking jacket were quite full, yet the jacket was quite sensitive about its figure and did not bulge in the slightest. A through L squirmed down to the ground to allow her to climb up onto the bronze lock, where September sat, pertly clutching the wiry red stripe of fur that ran down the Waverary's long neck. She drew her scepter from the belt of the smoking jacket and extended it to the horizon like a sword. Blue mountains rose on either side of their path, shining and faceted like lumps of sapphire. Onward, noble steed, she cried loudly. Nothing much happened. A few birds catcalled and trilled. As the two of them traveled along, I shall take a moment's pause, as is my right, for it deserves remarking that if one is to obtain a monstrous companion, a Wyvern or a Waverary is really a top-notch choice. Firstly, they rarely tire, and their gait is remarkably even, considering the poultry-like disposition of their feet. Secondly, when they do tire, they snore, and no ravening bandit would dare to come near. Thirdly, being French in origin, they have highly refined tastes and are unlikely to seek out unsavory things to eat, such as knight's gallbladders or maiden's bones. They much prefer a vat or two of truffles, a flock of geese, and a lake of wine, and they will certainly share. Lastly, their mating seasons are brief and infrequent, and the chances of experiencing one is so small as to be beyond the notice of any native guidebook, or indeed the concern of any small girl with brown hair who might be utterly innocent of such things. Truly, the latter hardly bears mentioning. September knew none of this. She knew only that A through L was huge and warm and kind and smelled like roasting cinnamon and chestnuts and seemed to know simply everything. The rest of the alphabet held considerably less charm once she saw the world from her perch on his back. A through L walked late into the afternoon. The alpine grass, full of little red flowers, gradually turned into a wide, wet valley, full of rich chocolate mud and bright iridescent flowers, nodding on pearly stalks taller than September. September tried very hard to look intrepid on her beast's back, and Elle tried to look of grim determination. It did not seem to be moving pandemonium any closer to them. After a long while, she tucked the scepter between two links of chain and laid her cheek against Elle's back. Perhaps the city takes a long time to rouse in the morning when it has not had its breakfast yet, she thought. Or perhaps it has other young girls to tend to first. And then, suddenly, a house rose up before them, as though it had been crouching in wait for hours, and sprang out when it thought it might scare them most. It looked much like a Spanish mosque, if a giant had firmly stepped on it. All the curly door frames and tiled mosaics were broken and leaning, each blue-green wall propping up the other. Fragrant red wood lay about in rough piles, and pools of seeping black mud dotted the halls. Moss covered every shattered pillar. September and her Waverary stood before a beautifully carved archway leading into a little courtyard, where a shabby fountain gurgled valiantly. The arch read, "The House Without Warning." "What is this place?" breathed September, climbing down the Waverary's red flank. She was becoming quite agile at it. A through L shrugged. "Too many W's," he whispered. "If only my brother were here." "It is my mistress' house," came a thick, wet voice behind them. September turned to see a most curious lady standing serenely on a patch of tile depicting a great blue rose. The woman stood in the precise center of the rose. A rich, clean perfume surrounded her in a light pinkish haze, for the woman was carved entirely from soap. Her face was a deep olivey green Castile, her hair a rich and oily Marseille, streaked with lime peels. Her body was patchwork. Here, strawberry soap with bits of red fruit showing through. There, saffron and sandalwood, orange and brown. Her belt was a cord of hard, tallowy honey soap. Her hands, plain blue bathing soap. And her fingernails smelled like daisies and lemons. Her eyes were two piercing, faceted slivers of soapstone. On her brow, someone had written truth in the kind of handwriting teachers always have, clear and curling and lovely. My name is Lie. That's Lye, the soap woman said. A few bubbles escaped her mouth. She was utterly still. No soapy muscle trembled. It is my part to welcome you, to show you to the baths, to tend to you and to all weary travelers, until my mistress returns, which will not be long now, I'm sure. Why does it say truth on your forehead? Asked September shyly. She could be quite brave in the presence of a waverary, but tall and lovely ladies made her shy, even if they were made of soap. I'm a golem, child, answered Lie calmly. My mistress wrote it there. She was marvelously clever and knew all kinds of secret things. One of the things she knew was how to gather up all the slips of soap the bathhouse patrons left behind and arrange them into a girl shape and write truth on her forehead and wake her up and give her a name and say to her, be my friend and love me, for the world is terribly lonely and I am sad. Who was your mistress, Lie? Said A through L, settling into the courtyard as best he could, his feet crunched up against a broken pillar. She sounds like someone who spends a lot of time in libraries, which are the best sort of people. Lie sighed. Her bayberry soap shoulders rose and fell abruptly, as though no one had really taught her how to sigh before. She was a beautiful young girl with hair like new soap and big green eyes and a mole on her left cheek. And she was a Virgo, and she liked a hot bath first and then a cold, very cold one right after. And she always went barefoot, and I miss her. I'm sure she did spend a lot of time in libraries, for she was always reading books. Little ones she could hang from her belt, and regular ones with garish covers, and big ones, too, so big she'd lie on her stomach in their spines to read them. Her name was Mallow, and she's been gone for years and years, but I'm still here, and I keep going, and I never stop because I don't know how to stop, because she said I'd never have to stop. Mallow, cried the Waverary, his scaly red eyebrows shooting up. Queen Mallow? I'm sure she could have been a queen if she wanted to. She was marvelously clever, as I said. Who is Queen Mallow? Asked September, who felt quite left out of the excitement. You mentioned her before, and why is there a marquess now if there was a queen before? It seems to me that if you want to mess around with monarchy, you might at least get your traditions straight. Oh, September, don't you understand? Said Elle, curling his tail around her. Before the Marquess came with her lions and her great old panther with his ivory collar, Fairyland dwelt in the eternal summer of good Queen Mallow, the bright and the bold. She loved us, and governed with rhyming songs and cherries for all on Sundays. When she rode out on holidays, she wore a crown of red pearls the Selkies gave her, and all the Pookas did gymnastics to make her laugh. Every table groaned with milk and wheat and sugar and hot chocolate. Every horse was fat. Every churn was full. Queen Mallow danced in circles of silver mushrooms to bring on the spring, and apparently, before she became queen, ran a bathhouse. But Mallow begins with M, How do you know so much about her? Asked September. Everyone knows about good Queen Mallow, replied the Waverary, shocked that September did not. Master Wavern, if you please, where has my mistress gone? It has been many years, and I have drawn many baths, but she has never come back to me, and I cannot sleep or eat because she didn't teach me how to sleep or eat. And it's dark at night, and bits of me slow off in the rain. Oh, darling lie, cried the Waverary, how I wish I could bring you good news. But late in the golden reign of the Queen, the Marquess arrived and destroyed her, or made her sit in a corner. Reports vary. And now there are complicated proclamations and lamentations of the hills, and my wings are locked down to my skin, and no one has cocoa at all. Some of us hope that in the dungeons of the Briery, the Queen is still alive and playing solitaire to pass the years, waiting for a night to release her, to repel the Marquess laws and restore cocoa to fairyland kettles. A single liquid tear melted the cheek of the soap golem. I suspected, she whispered thickly. I suspected when the place began to break down and crumble and cry big dusty tears at night. I suspected because I'm not very good company. Why stay with a silly golem when you can be queen? Even if she said I was her friend. I'm sure she meant to come back, said September, trying to comfort the great kind-hearted golem. And we're going to Pandemonium to steal back the part of what Marquess has taken away. A girl with green eyes, perhaps? Well, no, a spoon. September suddenly felt her very lovely quest was a bit small and shabby, but it was hers. Do you know how far it is from here to Pandemonium? What an odd question, said Lai. I'm not from these parts, you see, September said demurely. She was beginning to feel she ought to have that stitched on her jacket. Wherever you are, child, the house without warning lies between you and Pandemonium. However you turn, you cannot get to the city without passing through the house, without being cleaned and prepared, without having the road washed from you and your feet made soft and your spirit thoroughly scrubbed. I thought all cities were like that. How could they bear to have a great lot of filthy, exhausted folk milling around inside them, grumpy and nervy and dingy? The soap golem extended her long, stiff arm, her skin a spiral of buttery greens. September took it. When you leave this place, human child, you will find Pandemonium. The two are tied together, like a ship and a pier. Like my mistress said, like my mistress and I once, years and years ago. The soap golem led them to the center of the house without warning, which was not really a house at all, but many small rooms connected by long tiled halls and courtyards, which would once have been charming, but are now covered in slime and green with age, falling apart and morose. Lai thoughtfully led A through L to a great waterfall whose pool would accommodate him, but drew September farther into the depths of the house. The soft smacking sounds of her soapy heels against the floor were pleasant, lulling. No one else seemed to be about. Everything was quiet, but not frighteningly so. The place seemed to be, well, napping. Finally, they entered the largest courtyard yet. In the midst of copper statues and fountains caked with verdigris rested 3 huge bathtubs. The floor showed 2 winged hippogriffs, rampant in cobalt and emerald. The tubs covered their hooves like great horseshoes. Lai pulled at September's jacket and she wiggled out of it. But when the golem tugged at her orange dress as well, September quailed. What's wrong? I don't like to be naked in front of strangers. Lai thought for a moment. My mistress used to say that you couldn't ever really be naked unless you wanted to be, she said. Even if you've taken off every stitch of clothing, you still have your secrets, your history, your true name. It's quite difficult to be really naked. You have to work hard at it. Just getting into the bath isn't being naked, not really. It's just showing skin. and foxes and bears have skin too, so I shan't be ashamed if they're not. Did Mallow tell you her true name? September asked. Lai nodded slowly. But I won't tell you. It's a secret. She told me and then cut her finger and mine, and blood came out of her hand and liquid soap came out of mine. And they mingled and turned golden, and she kissed the place where I'd been wounded and told me her name and not to tell, not ever. So I won't. She already knew mine. The soap golem pointed shyly to the word written on her forehead. The green wind told me not to tell anyone my true name, but I don't know of any name truer than September. And if I didn't tell anyone that was my name, what would they call me? It cannot be your true name, or you would be in awful trouble telling everyone like that. If you know someone's true name, you can command them like a doll. Lai stopped uncomfortably as though the subject caused her pain. It's very unpleasant. Can't you call Mallow back then, if you know her name? Lai sobbed a little, a terribly awkward noise at the back of her throat, like snapping a bar of soap in half. I've tried. I've called and she won't come, so she must be dead, and I don't know what to do except keep the baths full. September took a step back from the force of the golem's grief. She slowly pulled off her orange dress, which, to tell the truth, had become rather filthy, and her precious remaining shoe. In the cooling evening, she stood naked before the many-colored golem, uncomplaining. The baths smell very nice, she whispered. She only wanted the golem to stop being sad. A breeze came sighing along the courtyard and picked up her clothes and her shoe, shaking them and soaking them in the fountain water to get the seawater and beach grime out. The green smoking jacket spluttered and wrinkled, most upset. Lai lifted September up suddenly and put her down in the first tub, which was really more like an oak barrel, the kind you store wine in, if you need to store rather a lot of wine, for it was enormous. September's head ducked immediately under the thick, bright gold water. When she bobbed up, the smell of it wrapped her up like a warm scarf, the scent of fireplaces crackling, and warm cinnamon, and autumn leaves crunching underfoot. She smelled cider and a rainstorm coming. The gold water clung to her in streaks and clumps, and she laughed. It tasted like butterscotch. This is the tub for washing your courage, Lai said. Her voice was even and calm as ever, performing her task, grief packed away for the duration of a bath. I didn't know one's courage needed washing, gasped September as Lai poured a pitcher of water over her head. Or that one needs to be naked for that sort of washing, she thought to herself. Lai poured a bucketful of golden water over September's head. When you were born, the golem said softly, your courage is new and clean. You're brave enough for anything. Crawling off staircases, saying your first words without fear that someone will think you're foolish, putting strange things in your mouth. But as you get older, your courage attracts gunk and crusty things, and dirt and fear, and knowing how bad things can get and what pain feels like. By the time you're half grown, your courage barely moves at all. It's so gunged up with living. So every once in a while, you have to scrub it up and get the works going, or else you'll never be brave again. Unfortunately, there are not so many facilities in your world that provide the kind of services we do. So most people go around with grimy machinery, when all it would take is a bit of spit and polish to make them paladins once more, bold knights and true. Lai broke off one of her deep blue fingers and dropped it into the tub. Immediately, a creamy froth bubbled up, clinging to September's skin and tickling. Your finger, she cried. Don't fear, little one. It doesn't hurt. My mistress said, give of yourself and it will return to you as new as can be. And so my fingers do when the bathers have gone. September looked inside herself to see if her courage was shining up. She didn't really feel any different. besides the pleasure of a hot bath and clean skin. A little lighter, maybe, but she couldn't be sure. Next tub, said Lai, and lifted her up, still covered with golden foam, out of the oak barrel and into a shallow, sloping bronze tub, the kind noble ladies in films used. September loved the movies, though they could not afford to go often. In her most private moments, September thought her mother was prettier than any of the girls on the screen. The water of the bronze tub gleamed, icy and green, redolent of mint and forest nights and sweet cakes, hot tea and very cold starlight. This is for washing your wishes, September, said Lai, breaking off another one of her fingers with a thick snap. For the wishes of one's old life wither and shrivel like old leaves if they're not replaced with new wishes when the world changes. And the world always changes. Wishes get slimy and their colors fade, and soon they're just mud, like all the rest of the mud, and not wishes at all, but regrets. The trouble is, not everyone can tell when they ought to launder their wishes, even when one finds oneself in fairyland and not at home at all. It is not always so easy to remember to catch the world in its changing and change with it. Lai dropped in her finger, which did not foam this time, but melted, like butter in a pan, over the surface of the green water. September sank under and held her breath as she often did at home, practicing for a swimming meet. I used to wish my father would come home and my mother would let me come sleep with her like when I was a baby. I used to wish I had a friend at school who would play games and read books with me, and then we would talk about what wonderful things had happened to the children in the books. But all that seemed far away now. Now I wish the Marquess would leave everyone alone, and that I could be a paladin, like Lai said, a bold knight and true, and that I will not cry when I get afraid, and that El really is part library, even though I know he probably isn't, and that my mother will not be angry when I get home. September's hair floated up above her head in drifting curls. Lai scrubbed her, even under the water, with a rough brush until her skin tingled. Abruptly, the soap golem lifted her up and dropped her into the next tub, a silver clawfoot filled with creamy hot milk. It smelled of vanilla and rum and maple syrup, just like Betsy Basilstock's cigarette. Lai stroked September's hair in the new bath and lifted several pitchers of it over her head. She broke off her thumb and swirled it 3 times through the bath, counterclockwise. All traffic travels winter shins, September thought, giggling. The golem's thumb fizzled and sparkled, showering the surface with blue sparks. Lastly, Lai said, we must wash your luck. When souls queue up to be born, they all leap up at just the last moment, touching the lintel of the world for luck. Some jump high and can seize a great measure of luck. Some jump only a bit and snatch a few loose strands. Everyone manages to catch some. If one did not have at least a little luck, one would never survive childhood. But luck can be spent like money and lost, like a memory and wasted like a life. If you know how to look, you can examine the kneecaps of a human and tell how much luck they have left. No bath can replenish luck that has been spent on avoiding an early death by automobile accident or winning too many raffles in a row. No bath can restore luck lost through absent-mindedness and overconfidence. But luck withered by conservative, tired, riskless living can be plumped up again. After all, it was only a bit thirsty for something to do. Lai pushed September down in the milk again. She shut her eyes and sank into the warm cream, enjoying it, flexing her aching toes. She did not know whether her luck was even then growing more robust, but she found she did not much care. Baths are marvelous whether or not, she thought, and fairy baths best of all. The soap golem pulled September at last from the luck bath and began drying her with long, flat, stiff banana leaves, baked brown by the sun. She tousled her clean, wet hair. When September was beginning to feel quite dry and happy, the Waverary ducked into the courtyard, shaking his scales like an indignant cat. He tried to shake out his wings, but the chain stopped him short, and he winced. September's scepter jangled against the padlock. "Brr," he boomed. "I suppose I'm clean, if it matters. Books don't judge one for being a touch well-traveled." The soap golem nodded. "And ready for the city to take you in." The little breeze returned September's clothes, crisp and clean and dry, scented lightly with a bit of water from the baths of courage and wishing and luck. She could not be sure, but she thought the breeze might have purred a little bit, rather like a leopard. "If you see her," said Lai softly, almost whispering, "my mistress, if you see her, tell her I'm still her friend, and there are ever so many more games to play." "I shall, Lai, I promise," said September, and reached up suddenly to hug the golem, though she hadn't meant to. Lai slowly unfolded her soap arms around the child, but when September reached up to kiss the golem's brow, Lai drew back sharply before her lips could touch the word written there. "Careful," Lai said. "I am fragile." "That's all right," said September suddenly, feeling the warm cinnamon courage of her bubble bath bubble up inside her, fresh and bright. "I'm not." The house without warning was possessed of a small door nestled beside a marble statue of Pan blowing his horn. If only September knew that Pan is also a god, and not merely a prefix. Well, never mind. It was too late for warnings now, as the house well knew. The door straightened up and opened gallantly for the Waverary and the girl. Seagulls cried from inside, and many voices jangled together, but all was dark within. Slowly they stepped into the black. "Elle," said September as they crossed the threshold, "what sort of tubs did you wash in?" The Waverary shook his great head and would not speak. And that's the end of the chapter.
Woohoo! Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
So many cool correlations to energy healing.
Right?
I'm glad that my girl doesn't watch these streams because I'm keeping this book a secret from her, and I'm going to surprise her once we're finally legally married. Don't anyone say anything, please.
I think that's a great idea.
Beyond perfect. You have no idea. Well, Jim knows. If Jim's here, thought he was here, Jim knows. Everyone else will have to wonder.
Content wonder. I think that's something that I like about this book and this story is that not everything's revealed. You're like, well, you'll have to see what that means.
Oh, her writing is just amazing. I know you've never said, but I am assuming it's a woman.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yeah, I really appreciate her style.
It's so different from what I typically read. So it's a novelty on multiple levels for me in like the best of ways.
Yeah, that's cool.
I mean, I find it interesting the recurring theme in various works of fiction of the secret name of the fairy queen.
Yeah.
Moonchild.
Yeah. We rewound that fucking VHS tape 20 times to make sure we got it right. We had to know. Sometimes I'll scream it out loud myself for fun. I'm not kidding at all.
No, I love it.
Just has to be the right moment.
I feel like I watched the animated Earthsea, and that was a theme, was this secret name. This name that, you know, only certain people know. Your true name.
Oh yeah, it's a true magical thing. I'm sure most of us know anyway. I mean, that's real magic, right? It's the same concept in Spirited Away.
Mm-hmm.
It changes her name to Sin, which
That's
means,
a good film.
yeah.
There's
I mean, it
a-
reminds me a lot of this story. There's a The other thing I was going to mention from your reading was that the parallel of shitty, all engrossing and terribly like holding and squeezing you and tying you down world versus a free one, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Also, they're going to pandemonium, and it's commonly known in, I guess, demonology that you control demons by knowing their name, their true name.
Yeah.
Or spirits, not just demons, I guess. They're calling them, I heard someone once say that calling spirits demons is like calling black people the N-word.
Well, that's an interesting way to look at it. Yeah, for sure.
So that
There's-
connects into Gabe's comment about the natural law versus man's legal system too, because that's all based on the name. It's based on predicated on nouns, whether it's a person, place, or a thing. If you give it a name, then it can be controlled.
Right. Because that's what I was thinking. Sorry to interrupt. I was thinking that during the reading, though, like, well, if you don't believe you have a true name, then you're truly outside of the system.
Mm-hmm.
Or if your name is just a first name, a common name, then that can't really be controlled very easily either.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good concept. You know, if my name is just John, which it literally is.
That's why the first name is your God-given name, and the last name is your surname. Sir means Lord or rock, so it's but it's not the same Lord. It's like the Baal type Lord.
Yeah. My rock name. That tempts me to keep it.
But what do you guys think about like using the same names? Like, how many people do you know with the same name? Like, my name was the name of the year, like the year I was born. There are so many Rachels, and it's really weird running into them.
That's what makes it not legally valid as like a,
that's why it can't bind, exactly.
Yeah,
Rachel is a thing. My sister's name is Rachel. That's how I memorized your name right away.
I don't need a lot of chances though.
No, neither do I.
But could it be spiritually binding? Like binding you to, I mean, I've had different conversations where people are like, name's just a name. Sure. But they all have a meaning. Like they're all still a word. When we sit here and do etymology, names are just the same.
I'd say
And
even
when you
more
study-
so, the name is the more severe of all of it, right? If it's names.
And
the
like
word always
numerology
means more.
seems to have correlations to somebody's actual life path through their date of birth breakdown. The name does the name does have a similar thing going on.
Makes me think about your chart. There's a belief among a lot of astrologers that you shouldn't be sharing your chart with just anybody because it's your star map. It has all sorts of personal information in it.
I would agree.
I've thought about that.
It's a lot of information to divulge to
I'm
someone,
out there.
no matter what.
Chance.
Hey, it's brave. It's bold. Yeah, Chance jumped high. Chance the Spirit jumped high at the doorway entering this world and grabbed a whole bunch of luck, I think.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Enough to rave in a cave, I know that
vernal
much.
Equinox birthday is like the most fortunate.
That was one of the cool parts of the story is like kneecaps. Looking at the kneecaps would tell how much luck that people had.
Yeah. She has it's consistent throughout her writing too, that she's got this absolute whimsy that's beyond anything I've ever heard in my life. And I'm in love with it.
You're like, what?
Pure whimsy. My kind of whimsy.
Yeah, her
Capricorn,
her adult books are like that too.
I don't know how it relates to luck, but the kneecaps correspond with Capricorn. For what it's worth.
Well, I'd say that relates to luck in a way.
Yeah,
They're
I
not
think
getting rich
definitely
because
does.
they're working so hard.
true.
Right. Yep.
Not that, don't get me wrong, you Capricorns out there. I'm not saying you never work hard, but that's not how you're getting all that money. It's just coming to you a different way, okay?
Well, and one of the last things, if you guys caught my talk with Balderson, this last room one, I did bring up luck because in Northern traditions, everybody has a set amount. So it's not like you can have more or less. You have as much luck as you have. So if somebody's like unlucky in your party or your group of friends, it's probably because, and this is just my rationale behind it, it's probably because whatever the tasks are at hand, they're just not equipped for it. So they wouldn't have any luck doing it. So I would think that your luck is tied to your authenticity. So if we're thinking about Capricorn, which is part fish in the realm of water and spirit, then there has to be a level of authentic living that pushes you forward. You would have to work with your luck 100% more than rely on hard work alone.
Does this mean that board games are a satanic plot to get the people to run themselves out of luck?
Yes. I don't know.
I definitely want to keep that idea. I don't have a pen in my pocket. I was afraid of a pen. That's a great idea, Chance. It's a great start for an article or something to write.
Yeah.
You know,
I
adding to
noticed,
the
though,
conspiracy lore in a
think about
tongue-in-cheek way.
beginner's luck, like in a game. You know,
Oh,
you
it's very
get
real.
lucky at the beginning.
It's
You run out
very
of luck.
real. We all know that. Yeah. My beginner's luck never ran out. I'm a lucky son of a bitch. I felt a tinge of shame and embarrassment when they said if you know, that you couldn't get it back if you lost it. There was two other ways. Maybe I can't remember now. Through thoughtlessness and one other thing. And I thought, shit, wonder how much I've wasted. Probably a lot.
Thanks again for that read. It was a nice,
it's really good
experience.
Yeah. You're welcome. I'm glad you guys are enjoying the story.
How could you not?
Yeah, it'd be it's actually a pretty good litmus test, right? Like if you meet someone and they say they don't like this book or this author, you go, okay. I see where you're at. Oh, I was curious to ask Mario, what, are you reading any fiction at all? What things are you reading? Other than the obvious reference works of all types with the work you're doing. I know that you're definitely reading that, but.
Yeah.
He's got some thick correspondence books.
Oh, I know.
Yeah,
I've sat next to his library before, so I really do know.
Yeah, I went down the correspondence book rabbit hole, and then it's just like, it's really funny how, you know, when you dip into any kind of like hobby, when you're first into it, you like just get the surface level things, and then it just gets deeper and deeper and deeper, and then you get the lay of the land.
Yep.
And you start realizing like what books are actually worth something, and you know, you start getting more obscure books. So yeah, with symbolic studies, it keeps me pretty busy in the reference books, you know. But there's a few northern books that I'm wanting to get around to as well that I think will be probably blowing my mind here pretty soon. But at some point though, I mean, I love the reference thing and doing the astrology thing, but once it comes around to Aries, that'll be a full year of doing the whole zodiac. And I think once that happens, I'll probably ease off the gas a little bit with astrology and start talking about other types of symbols, you know?
Yeah, that's smart. That's a good plan. And I could see that. It's good to think of it as how far you are, like understanding that you're a year. That's smart.
Yeah, definitely. So I've done like 4 cycles, I think, of researching each sign during the sign itself.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's like having a seasonally appropriate diet.
100%.
There we go.
100%.
Totally.
I just think it's wild that you and SB had already met each other, because I was aware of your stuff way before our webs caught you.
Yeah, right. No, totally.
No, yeah, it's getting around because sometimes it pops up and I'm like, this is really good. And I'm like, it's Mario. Dummy. Pay attention.
Yeah, basically, RX Only and Tracy, you know, that's how I found out about Sean, I'm pretty sure. And I met Tracy a couple times. And actually, there's this group in Portland, and we've been meeting for like 10 years. And we invited Tracy out to speak to the group. And she was really, really skeptical if we were legit or welcoming or reptiles or something. And she came out, man, and we basically had a potluck in her honor, and she had the floor, and we got to ask her a bunch of questions and everything. So that's the most intimate time I've had with her, and it was awesome.
Oh man, did you guys record that? I remember when she told me about that. I haven't thought about that. She was nervous and she was happy with the outcome, but she was very nervous and uncertain of the whole thing. You know.
No
Yeah,
doubt.
yeah.
But she didn't tell me it was you. She told me another person's name who I'm sure you know.
Totally.
But I don't necessarily want to say her name on the live stream, but
Starts with an R.
yeah, I believe so. Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, definitely. No, we did not record it, and I kind of wish we would have now. Obviously, in hindsight, with everything.
In a way, it makes it more sacred and more genuine. If you ask to record someone that you've never had a talk with before, you might trip them out even all the more. Like you want to record it, like that.
Right. Yeah. But no, that was definitely a special gathering, and we sent her off with like gifts and donations and like food and stuff, and
yeah,
I don't know, it's a great memory that I have.
Yeah, she didn't brag it all up, but she was definitely happy. I could tell she was happy, but she wasn't giving a bunch of details to me. But that's good. I'm glad to hear that the whole thing went good on both sides because, I was actively plotting and planning with her of ways that we could put her material together. I was just going to be her free bitch, I was just going to help her no matter what, I was going to start putting stuff up and emailing her list and trying to get her books back in print and all that stuff. And, it was kind of working. It was just kind of crazy.
Right, definitely. I don't know if this is like the most appropriate platform, but did I ever tell you that I've been in touch with Hearth?
Yeah, I knew from before a little bit, and I always meant to have some kind of a private conversation with you just to see what you think. But yeah, because I remember, before things started to get really weird, I definitely had aspirations to be on good terms and even one day possibly try to develop a relationship with this person. But, that's all fallen by the wayside, obviously, because he just, I don't know. I've learned a lot of other things too. So my perspective is much less naive now. But I know that before things really went sideways, that you guys were making, progress and doing stuff, because I was getting updates from you very occasionally, but then from Christy.
Yeah.
Who I don't think would care if I say her name out loud.
Yeah, probably not. Right. Well, yeah, we'll have to chat about some of that stuff.
Yeah, I'll talk to you anytime, man. Anytime.
Hey, could I comment on the book that Rachel was reading?
Please do.
So you mentioned your name. So to me, Rachel sounds a lot like Ruach El, which is Spirit of God. And she bore the 12 children that started the tribes, which A through L is 12 letters, by the way. And
nice.
Then what's also interesting is that your last name is M through Z would be the 10 letters that were excluded from A through L. So I just
sweet
name thing.
Nice.
So my real question is, what is your zodiac sign? Or you wouldn't happen to be a Virgo, would you?
No. Heavens no. But it is an earth sign, so I'm a Taurus.
Okay.
Bull gang in the house.
Can we hurry up?
Additionally, the dragon and the
wait, that means we're heavy weighted down with Tauruses in this place.
That means we have steady movement forward because we provide the power, the steady forward movement.
Well, I mean, I'm sure it will shock all of you Tauruses to find that one more Scorpio is also in your presence for some reason or another. But all of my closest friends are always Tauruses.
Of course, they're solid.
It's a classic partner sign, man. Classic. That Mars Aries partnership is fire.
Literally.
The other thing I wanted to mention was how we always hear about the dragon eating the maiden and such, but in this case we have the good and accompanying the maiden. But it also reminded me of Revelation 12, where the birth of the man-child and the sign of the virgin, and in that following verses, she's travailing in birth, and then the dragon comes to devour the child. So I thought that was kind of interesting. And also reminded me of that she was taken by the green wind as well. So again, that particular sign is associated with the green. And anyway, I just wanted to comment on that because it also reminded me of the that song "Don't Fear the Reaper." You know, he comes into her room and takes her. Anyway.
No, I like that.
That's all great. No, that's really
Totally.
good weaving. I'm glad
Yeah,
you chimed
seriously.
in, man. That's awesome.
I'm gonna be
Blowing my
singing that.
mind, dude. Yeah, I can hear the cowbell. Thanks for pointing out that song.
Blue Oyster Cult. Hey, how was that last week? That blue was 2 weeks ago. That blue was a huge theme. Interesting.
Oh yeah, blue.
Anyway.
Well, and sapphires are blue, which are composed of Al, aluminum.
A2L. Yeah, it's interesting because red, green, and blue are RGB, the colors associated with light that you can see with light. Those are the most natural colors.
That's really interesting because blue is also associated with the law, like the Torah. The red of the blood sacrifice, and the blue is representative of the covenant as well. Green is the tabernacle.
I think somebody had studied, I want to say it was Joseph Prince. He had talked about blue representing grace, being the color for grace.
I could see that.
Yeah, good insights. Thank you.
I think it's also a traditional stone of marriage. Obviously, a diamond is as well, but I think the diamond comes more from the eclipse, from the Bailey's bead that forms in an eclipse. So we kind of get the diamond from that, I think, more so.
Sapphire is the birthstone for September.
Oh, wow. Of course it.
Yeah.
Well, notice the high priestess card. She's holding the Torah scroll. So she's sitting in the temple between the two pillars, Jachin and Boaz.
She also has cowhorns.
Yes, and pomegranates behind her, which represent the law. Each seed in the pomegranate is supposed to represent a law of the Torah.
You're really knowledgeable, man. I don't think I've met you before. Are you in the Telegram groups?
No, I've just watched you guys, and I participate in the chat from time to time. I'm a wordsmith, I guess. I don't really.
Nice. No, it's very good. It's insightful. I appreciate
Your
it. Very
username
much.
in the chat, something 33 something.
The branch, correct.
Oh
Yeah,
I was
you've
just
got
Nice.
great
thinking that.
comments.
Yeah. Okay. I don't read the chat much. I have to be reminded. Somebody remind me in the future on the weaves to look at the chat more, would you?
It's a lot.
I always skip it completely, and then I feel bad. I mean, I should be able to glance at least every once in a while and see something.
Even
But
harder
I-
to look at during flow state.
Oh yeah, I don't even think about nothing like that. I'm getting over the fact that I'm just working with clay when that wasn't my plan, and so instead I'm just coming and I'm just going to work through whatever clay I have until I run out, or until the natural inclination to do something different happens.
Also, Rachel, your reading from the Gene Keys was really awesome a week or two ago, whenever that was, and you're making me regret selling it because I owned it for like a year or two, and I never got around to it. I kind of like skimmed through it, and as you know, it's kind of intimidating because it's like a whole new big system thing.
Yes.
But yet, I do like the I Ching and everything that it's talking about. But you reading it, I was like, God damn it, I sold it. But that's okay. I'll probably get it again at some point.
Yeah, when it's right for your life.
For sure.
It's a huge correspondence thing. I'm surprised you let go of that.
Well,
Yeah,
it's
I
like
know.
years of study in itself. I've neglected my copy, to be honest.
It's a lot. It's a lot. It took me, I've studied it independently for a few years. So I see why people take the courses. Like I've taken one of them, but I see why they do. It's a really nice introduction, just to have that structure. But yeah, it can be a little daunting. It is a really big
Someone's
book.
pretty loud with their implements, just a heads up.
Might be me.
Sorry.
Tool time.
Hey, can I volunteer as next read?
Sure.
I can
Yeah.
read. Oh, volunteer. Yeah, go ahead. I thought you
Okay.
were volunteering me. I was going to go ahead and do it too.
I think I need to now before I get a little low on steam. Although
Yeah,
I'm
for
still
sure.
pretty stoked. That Vibrant was wild. I want to read some selections from this book. Shaman, Healer, Sage, How to Heal Yourself and Others with the Energy Medicine of the Americas by Alberta Violdo. And he's got a bunch of other books with some co-authors, including Stanley Krippner. Now, what made me want to read this on FlowState, other than I've been reading it and it's pretty fascinating and cool, is that like 2 or 3 other people in Telegram mentioned that I dropped some quotes from this book and other people were mentioning like, oh, I just bought all that guy's books. Like several people did all at once. I don't know why. I heard about it from Mysterious Universe, but that was many months ago, and I'm finally getting around to reading it. You know how it is. You buy a book and it's like, okay, I'll get to this in half a year. But what I'm going to read, I'm probably going to jump around. He starts the chapters, and there's some parts in the middle of chapters in between him talking about the luminous energy body, which is all good stuff too. But what I want to share are some of the journal entries. So he's this guy apprenticed with several Peruvian shaman, and he's got some cool stories from journal entries. And so we'll just jump around into some of those. So his main teacher is Don Antonio. And these will be journal entries. We have been walking for days. I told Antonio that I did not mind paying for us to take a bus or even a taxi, but he would have nothing to do with it. Would not even let me hire horses. My people have always walked, he said, and he loves to point out how he can outwalk me, even though he is nearly 70. Took my shoes off when we arrived at Silistani and soaked my feet in the icy lake. This is an eerie place, a cemetery extending over dozens of miles, like the Valley of Kings in Egypt. Only shamans, kings, and queens are buried here, in gigantic stone towers at the edge of Lake Titicaca. The finest stonemasons came from this land. How did this technology develop here, at the lake, on top of the world? Antonio explained that the burial towers, or chulpas, not only commemorate the dead shamans, but are also their temporary homes when they return to visit our world. They are completely liberated, powerful spirits who could materialize whenever they wished. This didn't make me feel any more at ease. We had come here to spend the night, to do ceremony to honor these ancient shamans. They've stepped outside of time, he said. He explained that if my faith in reality was based on the belief that time runs in one direction only, then I will be shattered by an experience of my future. It takes great skill to taste the future and not allow your knowledge to spoil your actions or the present, he said. I like that passage. When I first started studying shamanism, that was how I looked at it. Like when I first started experimenting with psychedelics, I would always think to myself, this must be what it's like to read the last page of the book before you tasting infinity, as he describes it in this work. So here's another entry. Tucked into a hillside, the village was built around and incorporated a substantial Inca ruin. Sections of the city's granite block walls were so expertly cut and fitted together that friction alone had held them in place for centuries. Near the edge of the Altiplano, the Incas had built a hamlet, an outpost of their civilization. Now, 1,000 years later, their descendants lived among ruins, farming the terraces that sloped down the hill from their village. In the courtyard, chickens, pigs, and a llama grazed. An Indian woman was grinding maize in one of the mortars. An old man led us to one of the huts. The shadows were growing long, and it took a moment for our eyes to adjust to the darkness of the room. A woman, her head covered by a black shawl, stood holding a candle and murmuring at the head of a bed. a pallet supported by 2 wooden crates in the center of the room. There was a woman lying there, stretched out on the pallet, an Indian blanket pulled up to her chin. It was impossible to judge her age. She was so emaciated. Her skin was yellow with jaundice and stretched taut over the bones of her face. The tendons in her neck were sharp ridges. Her hair was short and gray. Her eyes stared blankly at the ceiling from hollowed-out sockets. She made no movement, no telltale signs of awareness, nothing to show us that she knew we were there. Antonio turned and looked at me, held up the candle, and I stepped forward and took it. He passed his hand over her face, and her eyes remained fixed on the ceiling. A silver crucifix at the end of a string of rosary beads lay on her chest and around her neck. "A missionary," he whispered. "She was brought here 2 days ago by the Indians from below." He gestured toward the hillside and beyond it toward the jungle. "Her liver has failed," I said. "I think she is in a coma." I asked what we could do. "Nothing. She will die tonight. We can only help her to free her spirit." 20 or 30 candles had transformed the mud and straw hut into a sort of chapel. I sat on a sack of corn husks by the door and watched my companion seated across the room from me. The room was warm from so many candles, insulated from the cool of the evening by its thick adobe walls. He moved to the head of the bed and, ever so gently, lifted her head and removed the rosary beads from around her neck. He placed the beads in the palm of her left hand and closed her fingers around them. Antonio then signaled for me to blow out the candles. I moved to the little ledge that ran like a shelf around the room, while the old Indian chanted a low, murmured song. I looked back over my shoulder, and his eyes were closed, his hand on her forehead, and his lips moved almost imperceptibly. There were 3 candles illuminating the room, and the smoke from those snuffed hung in the air. Don Antonio moved his hands to a spot an inch or so above her heart. With first and second fingers extended, he began to make a counterclockwise circular motion, and he drew his hand away, still spiraling, up into the smoky air. Heart chakra. He did this 3 times, and then started on the 3rd chakra, beginning at a spot half an inch from the surface of her skin above her solar plexus, a perfect circle, 3 inches in diameter, slow, then faster, spinning up and away. He moved onto the deep hollow at the base of her throat, her stomach, her forehead, and then the top of her head. "Look," he said. I took my eyes from his face and looked down at the body, at the head, ever so slight. I took my eyes from his face and looked down at the body, at the ever so slight rise and fall of her chest. Then Antonio hit me in the head. It was lightning fast. His elbow came up and struck my forehead with a hard, sharp blow. My head swam for an instant. My hand flew to the spot reflexively. "Look," he said. It was an instant, nothing more. Something glimmered along the surface of her body, something milky and translucent, an inch or so above the body's contour. Then it was gone. He took my arm with a firm hand and brought me around to the head of the bed. "Look now. Soften your focus." And there it was. Out of focus, but clearly there, an ever so subtle glow, now 3 to 4 inches from her skin, as if a luminous mold of her body were emerging from the flesh. I had to concentrate not to focus. I felt an involuntary chill snake up my back. "Am I really seeing this?" I whispered. "Oh, you are seeing it, my friend," the old Indian replied. "A sight that we have forgotten, that has been clouded by time and reason." "What is it?" "It is she," he said. "It is her essence, her luminous body. She would call it the soul. She wants to let go." Antonio worked on for another hour. He repeated the procedure that I had witnessed before, repeated it with the same patient intensity, never hesitating, dedicated to the work at hand. Then he bent over her head, his lips less than an inch from her ear, whispering. Suddenly her chest heaved, and she gasped as the air rushed through her mouth and into her lungs. It stayed there. Exhale! And there came a long wheeze, like a labored sigh, as her last breath seeped from her chest, out through her open mouth. As though out of the corner of my eye, I suddenly saw the milky luminescence lift and coalesce into something amorphous without specific shape, something translucent and milky like an opal, hovered there above her chest. I saw the shape hovering over her throat, her head, and then it just wasn't there. A sense of great peace filled the hut. What was it? My voice was a whisper. What the Inca call a huirachaca. He drew down her eyelids with his fingertips. I'm glad you saw it. That's the end of that entry. If you guys want, I'll find another one.
Yeah, sure. One more is good. That one was hardcore. That was cool.
Yeah,
I like that. What was this book again? Sorry.
It's called Shaman Healer Sage by Alberto Villoldo. That's how you'd say that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I should link this somewhere. Now, I might read two more because the next one's pretty short, and I think another one's pretty short. Yeah. Sorry, give me a moment while I look for a winner.
Just look in the mirror, brother.
There was one really wild story about a shapeshifter that I want to find, but I guess that's not a journal entry, so a little harder to find. Was not prepared for that. I'll look for it, maybe in another flow state. But a couple other entries. During lunch, Professor Lancho told us the history of the giant markings on the desert floor. As chief archaeologist of the Nazca region, he is the most powerful man in the area. He approves every archaeological dig and has a police unit under his command to ensure that the sites aren't looted. I've known him for years. When he arrests temple looters, he confiscates their booty, which goes to the regional museum. The grave robbers go to jail. Some of the pieces they unearth are thousands of years old. When he comes across an artifact that he thinks I will like, he saves it for me. It works like that in Latin America. He doesn't represent the law. He is the law. And we are friends. Today he gave me a gift in a shoebox. Not even the museums have something like this, he told me. When I opened the box, I found the forearm of a mummy. Its wrist was tattooed with the markings of a high shaman priestess. Lancho has given me some interesting artifacts in the past, but this one took the prize for the oddest. Antonio was not happy at the desecration of this shaman's grave. Tonight we are doing ceremony at the figure of a gigantic hummingbird etched on the desert. I'll bring it with me and bury it, return it to the earth where it belongs. We finished the ceremony at midnight. We had walked to the giant markings on the desert floor to receive the energy of hummingbird, which embodies the qualities that shamans must have for their epic journey. I placed the mummified forearm at the edge of the altar, a simple woven cloth containing Antonio's medicine stones. When we looked at it in the darkness, its fingers seemed to be moving, calling to us. Antonio closed his eyes and began singing and shaking his rattle. He turned to me. His kindly, deep-set brown eyes had become transfigured, and I thought I was looking into the eyes of a hawk. She is suffering, he said in a resolute voice. She is tormented for her people, who were massacred by the Spanish many years ago at this place. We must help her. And he opened the ceremony again and began whistling and singing for their spirits to come. Antonio couldn't believe his eyes. A string of entities appeared before us, scores of spirits lining up in the desert in front of the altar. Antonio ministered to them, telling each that it was time to rest, to return to their home in the spirit world. He called on the lineage of medicine men and women, luminous spirits, to come and assist them, and one by one they were released from their pain. She cannot be in peace until she knows her people have been mourned and healed, he said. As each spirit approached, I thought I could sense its pain. A child who lost his mother and father, a young woman who lost her beloved, a man who lost his home. This went on all night. At daybreak, as the last of the spirits was healed, Antonio instructed me to bury the forearm. Now she can find her peace, he said. That's why she was given to you by the archaeologist. She arranged this all from the other side. She knew we would be here today and help her people heal. The workings of spirit are sure strange. That's
Wow,
the end of
yeah, I like this
that
book.
entry.
It's fascinating.
Yeah.
I think I want a copy of that.
I think you guys should get it. It's really good. And in between that, there's a lot of interesting stuff about him learning about the luminous energy fields.
I've heard that that the hummingbird that you're referring to may be a representation of Scorpio.
Mm.
And so, right, Scorpio can also be an eagle,
Mhm.
as it's, or a phoenix or whatever.
You
And
got
so
me really
anyways,
excited now. I hope it's affiliated with Hummingbird.
Well, with what you said regarding initiation or something to that effect, I don't know, it kind of makes sense.
Yeah. I guess I can just take it up no matter what. I already love hummingbirds.
Yeah, they're great.
Absolutely, you can.
So I found the third section I'd like to read about the shapeshifter. It's probably about as long as what I just read, maybe a little longer, barely.
Yeah, go for it, buddy.
Sounds
This
great.
is from a section where he's talking about the three teachers that he had. And the first two guys, they're nice old men. But the third teacher, she is not so nice. Her name is Danya Laura. So I'm going to read about his introduction to us about Danya Laura. Danya Laura was Antonio's medicine partner. They had learned their art in the highlands from the same teachers. He had moved to the city. She had moved even further into the mountains and lived alone and lived above the snow line near Mount Osengate, the Inca holy mountain. She was a fierce old crone, one of the most frightening people I have ever met. She could look right through you, and by candlelight, her features seemed to transform, her nose becoming a hooked beak, her eyes turning into those of a falcon. She disapproved of Antonio's teaching me, and she scolded him that these were the ways of the Indio. It was only after I had completed my rites of passage, after I became a Kuryak Akiyak myself, that she stopped calling me boy, and we became friends. I never took her contemptuousness personally. She was fierce with her own students, beating them with a stick when they committed particularly stupid mistakes. And getting a smile from her, however brief, was worth more than praise from any other teacher. She was the head of the medicine societies, of equal rank and stature as Don Antonio, and she was a shapeshifter. Whereas most shamans could travel in the shape of a spirit eagle or jaguar in dreams, Laura could do it while awake, in broad daylight. She could merge with a condor and fly the giant bird according to her will, diving into ravines or flying miles above the ground, contemplating the landscape below. Once, at the base of Mount Osengate, she was challenged by one of her students, a short, pudgy Indian fellow named Mariano, who had a great sense of humor and a knack for gathering medicinal plants, but who managed to do most everything else wrong. "How do I know you are really inside the body of the condor and not imagining it?" he asked. I was a dozen feet away at our camp with Don Antonio. The air suddenly became electric, and I saw a faint smile cross Antonio's face. We all knew better than to challenge the old woman, and all of us were waiting intently for her response. "Is there a difference between reality and imagination?" she asked. She answered in a gentle tone. We looked disappointedly at each other. It was getting close to dusk, and a half dozen of us set out to collect brush and masto, the dried llama droppings that are used for fuel so high in the mountains. Half an hour later, we were all back at camp except Mariano. Most of Laura's students were women, and they had given the 2 male apprentices women's names, which they used when they were not around. Where is Maria? They taunted playfully. Maybe she has gotten lost, one snickered. I could tell that Antonio was getting worried. It was wintertime on the second highest mountain in South America. In a half hour, the temperature would fall below freezing. He motioned to me and another man to go search for him. As we were setting out, we noticed Mariano staggering back toward camp. His face was bloodied, and he was barely able to stand. I carried a first aid kit, which I kept stowed at the bottom of my bag for situations like these. My mentor did not like to use Western medicines, but at that altitude, no medicinal plants grew. We were so far above the tree line that no plants of any kind were to be seen. We were surrounded by a barren, icy landscape punctuated by patches of bare rock. We caught Mariano in our tent and saw the back of his jacket had been slashed. The white filler was stained red with blood. The gash had gone through his clothing and torn his skin, leaving 3 deep gouges on his back, like those made by the talons of an animal. We asked Mariano to tell us what had happened, but all he would do was shake his head and say that he had fallen and cut his face on the ice. Later that night, we overheard him apologizing to Doña Laura. It seemed that a giant condor had swooped down from the sky and tried to carry him away. Condors have been known to abduct a fully grown sheep, fly several hundred feet into the air with the animal in their clutches, and drop it to its death on the rocks. Over the years, Doña Laura and I became friends. One day she told me that the secret of shapeshifting was to realize that you were no different from anything else in the universe, no better and no worse. Once you understood in your cells that you were exactly the same as everything else, no more important than an insect, no less important than the sun, you could change into any shape you wanted, whether a condor or a tree. You could even become invisible to others. She explained that the shaman had to master the art of invisibility in order not to call attention to herself. Antonio had mastered this. He was invisible to the Catholic Church. No one knew who he was, so he was free to change the world. You can accomplish anything, she once told me, as long as you are willing to let others take the credit. There you go.
Nice.
I really like the part about, is there a difference between imagination and reality? Because I don't think so.
No, there's just the one we put on it. That we
Yeah.
use our imagination to put on it.
Amazing. So yeah,
Right.
that's the story I really wanted to throw out there, that last part.
Thank you.
The
It's
book
That was
is
great,
super
man.
cool.
about
Yeah,
1/3
thank
of the
you.
way through it, so maybe there'll be more stories that I select from it for future Flow State.
Yeah, I definitely want a hard copy of that.
Yep, I'm gonna link it up in our chats. How about that?
That was awesome.
Oh, I've got video footage I could find on the internet of the condors grabbing the sheep out of the mountains. First time I saw it, it's one of the few things I've seen that truly terrified me. Because these guys took their camera crew. It was in Spanish, but they went up to the top of the mountains, and there's these huge birds swooping down. And when I first saw it, I thought, oh, it's got to be like it's a tactic, but they can't pick these things up because it gets the first goat, and it just carries it a very short distance, and then it seems like it falls out of its hands. They're like plucking the goats off the side of the mountain and dropping them to the bottom of the canyon. And then the second time, like all zoomed in and in slow motion, it gets a hold of this goat that, probably only weighs 40 pounds less than me, and heaves into its wings and carries it a long ways out and drops it. And I was just like, whoa. I'd
That's
be afraid to be
hardcore.
there with a camera. I wouldn't want to be up there with a camera. Because what if they change their mind and you're looking yummier, man?
That
Do you
would be
think-
freaky.
Good evening, spiders. Some of you are
Hey.
looking very delicious tonight.
Marcus.
Hi,
So pleased to
Alan.
hear your voice.
Hey, buddy.
Oh wow, I was catching up after being away, and then the first words I'm hearing from the story is something about electricity in the air. And that means nothing to you, but it means something to me. You said the air became electric. So I ended my last conversation and then said goodnight and then joined here. And then that same theme was reflected back in the story I just heard.
Wow.
Yeah,
Hey,
buddy.
So that's how the flow state brings you in.
Can I comment on?
Yes, Joshua.
Recently, I think it was maybe just yesterday, my car battery went dead because I was, parked on the side of the road talking on the phone. That part's not important. What is important is that I got a jump from somebody, and so it occurred to me they passed on the spark, and so I had that epiphany. So I just wanted to relay that current to you. So I like to pass on the spark when I can. That's a nice flow state, as it were.
Yeah.
I like it.
Who would like to read next?
Oh, I could read the chariot. I don't know how long it is. I could look.
Dude, I was just about to say my car was my chariot, but I was like, nah, you don't talk.
No, that's perfect. I think that settles
Dude,
it, Sean.
You're weaving in my mind.
Bingo.
We live in your mind.
It sounds so ominous. We live in your mind, but I mean, we really don't have any place else to live, you guys. Sorry.
We live in each other's minds.
Yeah,
There's no
we all
difference
do all
between
the time.
reality and imagination.
There is one
Is
mind.
this even real?
Oh, that scared me. I opened up my bookmark and I thought it was on the chariot, but it's the Wheel of Fortune.
Still
That's still pretty.
Steels on wheels on wheels. By the way, I'm playing with wheels on wheels on wheels.
Yes. Oh my gosh, I love it.
I'm
Sacred
playing with my
geometry.
compass. Yeah, why not?
I'm stoked to hear
Outfitting.
this.
Okay, oh, I should look how far does it go.
The spoken word.
Oh, there it
Yeah,
is.
very good.
Ooh, I love that.
This is coming full circle. Hey.
For the
Yeah.
numerologists, starting with page 147 and making it all the way to 169. I don't know if I'll make it that far, you guys. But
Were you able to make it to the point of the show where you discussed the bingo giveaway? Making sure that was discussed?
no, thank you. No, it
I
was
did my
not.
best to represent it at the end
Oh,
of
I guess I wasn't here
Vibrant.
at the beginning.
Okay. Okay.
I have submitted my card. Haha.
I didn't
But
zoom
yeah, I
in
wasn't
on
here
your
at the
card, but I'm
beginning.
gonna
Maybe
make
someone
one.
else would know.
That's quite all right. So the good folks on Vibrant were privy to the contest entry rules, which are quite simply make a bingo board. What is a bingo board? It's 25 ideas in a 5x5 grid, and show that to us somewhere with a timestamp so we know it's entered before the drawing at the start of Weaving Spiders Welcome episode 66, which will begin earlier than your expected normal start times. So look for the link much earlier rather than much later than normal start times.
Could you define earlier start time?
We
Wait, we're
will
weaving early on Saturday?
When do you usually start?
About 8, what? Jim?
Y'all-
Between 7 and 8.
Well, it's about 9:30 p.m. Central Time, is plus or minus an hour. This one will be probably clearly before 9:30 p.m. We have a special guest from the East Coast who wants to be awake for the presentation. So there's also a matter of when the operation of the magical psychic bingo squares begins on that day. So we'll get an actual start time figured out. And then we'll let you know. We'll post it on Saturday early so you guys don't miss the beginning of it. But we're letting you know now that it will be beginning early. That is our complete intention for Saturday.
Nice. Okay.
I'm screen sharing. This is the part that I colored today or during Flow State. We got Waldo in here.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
I see him.
There he is.
Hey, that just gave me a great idea. We could make a picture like yours, Chance, and we could dismember Waldo into 13 pieces and hide him all over the place.
Scavenger hunt.
Is he rocking a Phrygian cap?
Yes. Do I need to bring it back up?
Of
Waldo
course.
wakes up.
Thank you. That's going on my bingo board. Phrygian cap. I actually typed it CAT, the Phrygian cat. Maybe that is meant to be on the bingo board. I don't know why. I think I'll keep it like that.
The Phrygian
This
cat,
is
that's
the whole
scaring
thing.
me. The idea of a Phrygian cat is bothering me.
That kind of plays into the
Jacobin cat.
Got a
little
spider
thing.
web here.
This is that's a tip to play psychic bingo is you use your mind to create an imaginary an idea and then you put it on your board and you watch for a slip of the tongue and you'll know that you're playing psychic bingo.
That's advanced bingo. When you start choosing things that no one's ever said before, or is very
Exactly.
unlikely to say, and see
You
what
coin the
happens.
phrase, put it on your bingo board, and then someone is going to slip and say it, and then you're going to call bingo.
I
because
gotta
no one
warn
else
the
will have it on
novices
their
out
board.
here that what Alan's talking about is actually chaos magic. So if you don't want to accidentally practice chaos magic, don't do it.
I did it tonight with the
Good
title of
warning.
the Vibrant episode and no plan about it. It became so. The title was synesthetic, symbolic in the synchromystic. No, synesthetic symbolism in the synchromystic style. That was the
Yeah,
title.
it was great. I had to read it twice when I looked at it. What?
You know, the Phrygian cat. The Phrygian cat reminds me of Ratzinger in that little meme I sent you, Sean.
Yeah, that set me off, as you know.
Uh-huh.
I decided to get my finger out and use the GIMP I downloaded to make my first meme. And of course, it was of Pope Ratzinger, as I had synchronicity lead.
Well,
I click on the Facebook news tab sometimes because it highlights it with a little red thing that says you're supposed to check this notification, even though I never use that part of Facebook. So it's trying to annoy me and tempt me in there. And so I click on it anyway, mostly just because of the mild OCD of having to get rid of the notification. But I went in there and I blocked all of the major media, and now I click on it with curiosity to clear the notification to see what turns up after I've, I literally spent 20 or 30 minutes 2 different times blocking everything, just telling it, no, get this shit out of here, all of it. And so now it brings me interesting things. It's still not good in any way. It's still legacy garbage media, but it's none of the mainstream. And that's what popped up was the Pope, the Pope retired, which is, I think is the most hilarious thing ever. I didn't realize that popes were allowed to retire, but he had made some kind of apology for all of the child sex scandal stuff. But of course, it's really ironic to me. Okay, so because I always call it when someone poorly apologizes, I've called it a pope apology for many, many years. That's what it is. I'm sorry that you feel that way if you're unhappy. That's a pope's apology, and that's exactly what the article is describing. Is the Pope apologizing but taking no responsibility or true knowledge of any of the things he's apologizing for. Of course, concerning the most heinous crimes known to man. So,
Zero accountability.
yeah. It really is a Pope's apology. Now I have confirmed evidence.
That's a dark form of lip service.
Oh, yeah.
Mhm.
Well, they know. In a way, it's increasing the whole horrible situation by doing that.
Yeah.
Rubbing salt in the wound spiritually is, you know, these guys are lucky I don't believe in hell.
It's about the same level of sincerity as Trudeau apologizing for residential crime stuff. That's a
Right.
Pope's apology.
Yeah, that's funny.
I gotcha.
All right, so here we go. This book, you guys ready?
Yes.
We're ready.
All right. It's called Meditations on the Tarot, A Journey into Christian Hermeticism. And it's an anonymous book, but there is speculation if you look online as to who they think wrote it. They're pretty sure they think, and I don't remember the man's name, but we're going to read The Chariot. Meditation on the seventh major arcanum of the tarot, the Chariot, and it also says it in French, Le Chariot. Okay, so there's like there's some verses here before we start. Then the devil left him, and behold, angels came and ministered to him. Matthew 4:11. When the unclean spirit has gone out of man, he passes through waterless places, seeking rest, and finding none, he says, I will return to my house from whence I came. And when he comes, he finds it swept and put in order. Then he goes and brings 7 other spirits more evil than himself, and they enter and dwell there. And the last state of that man becomes worse than the first. Luke 6:24 through 26. I have come in my Father's name, and you do not receive me. If another comes in his own name, him you will receive. John 5:43. Okay, and it says letter 7, the Chariot, and of course it gives this nice picture. I'll only hold it up for just a minute, but it's the Tarot of the Marseille is the deck. Yep. Dear unknown friend, like the preceding arcana, the arcanum, the Chariot, has a twofold aspect. It represents, from one side, he who, having triumphed over the 3 temptations, remains faithful to the vows of obedience, poverty, and chastity. And it represents, from another side, the danger of the fourth temptation, which is the most subtle and intimate temptation, and is the invisible synthesis of the 3 temptations. Get something to cover the bottom line here. Let's see. Okay, so this is the synthesis of the 3 temptations. The spiritual temptation of the victorious through his victory itself. It is the temptation to act in one's own name, to act as a master instead of a servant. The 7th arcanum is that of mastership, understood in the sense of temptation as well as achievement. The 3 gospel quotations which are found at the head of this letter delineate the nature of the ideas here. Oh, don't squish the art. So, Paul Matreau says that the general and abstract meaning of the 7th card is that it represents setting in motion in 7 states, i.e., in all domains. And that's quoting a book, The Tarot de Marseille, Paris, 1949, page 33. I don't know who Paul Matreau is. And it is exactly this that we have designated above as mastership. For mastership is not the state of being moved, but rather that of being able to set in motion. The Son of Man resisted being moved by the 3 temptations in the wilderness. Consequently, it is he who set in motion the forces which served him. Then the devil left him, and behold, angels came and ministered to him. Here again is a fundamental law of sacred magic. One could formulate it in the following way: that which is above being as that which is below. Renunciation below sets in motion forces of accomplishment above, and the renunciation of that which is above sets in motion forces of accomplishment below. What is the practical meaning of this law? It is the following. When you resist a temptation or renounce something desired below, you set it in motion by this very fact, forces of realization of that which corresponds above to that which you come to renounce below. It is this that the master designates by the word reward when he says, for example, that it is necessary to guard against practicing righteousness before other people in order to gain their reward. For then you will have no reward from your Father who is in heaven. Matthew 6, verse 1. Reward is therefore the action that one sets in motion above by the renunciation of desire for things below. It is the yes from above corresponding to the no from below. And this correspondence constitutes a basis for magical realization and for a fundamental law of Christian esotericism or hermeticism. Let us guard ourselves from taking it lightly, for here is given to us one of the principal keys of sacred magic. It is not desire which bears magical realization, but rather the renunciation of desire that you have formerly experienced, of course. For renunciation through indifference has no moral and therefore no magic value. Desire and then renounce. Here we have the practical magical meaning of the law of reward. To say that one has to renounce what one desires amounts to saying that one has to practice the three sacred vows: obedience, poverty, and chastity. For the renunciation must be sincere in order for it to set in motion the forces of realization from above, and it cannot be so when it lacks the air, light, and warmth of the sacred vows. It is necessary, therefore, to understand once and for all that there is no true sacred magic, nor mysticism, gnosis, or hermeticism outside of the three sacred vows, and that true magical training is essentially only the practice of the three vows. Is this hard? No, it is easy. It is the concentration without effort, which was considered in the first of these letters. Okay, so just to give a footnote, if you haven't read the book, the first card, the magician, that's the main takeaway of the whole thing. It's the flow state. It's exactly what we're doing. It's what we're doing when we're weaving spiders. It's this not caring for anything except for the present moment, and even conscientiously knowing that you're not caring very much about that so that the flow state can go on, etc. So that's pretty dense. If people want me to stop, I can stop. If you have something to say, or you can always interject. Don't be afraid to interject.
You should keep going. I'm going to
Okay.
go, but I'm going to keep listening for a little bit.
Okay. Have a good night.
Good night,
Thanks.
Rachel.
Good night, you
Good
guys.
night, Rachel.
Va con Dios.
Okay. Let us now consider the text of the gospel account concerning what happened immediately after the three temptations. Then the devil left him. Let's see. Tote aphisin auto ho diablos, says the gospel according to Matthew, but the gospel according to Luke adds, for a time. Luke 4:13. Now these additional words give rise to the supposition that again a trial or temptation, the fourth, which is the most subtle and intimate, is to come. And it is this which forms part of the teaching of the seventh arcanum, which represents a crowned man standing on a triumphal chariot drawn by two horses. And behold, angels came to him. I'm not going to read the Greek. Or pardon me, it's probably Latin. I.e. now they were able to approach him, since a space necessary for their descent became free. Why and how? Angels, and it gives it in Greek, are entities which move vertically from above and which move vertically from above below and from below above. To move signifies for them to change respiration, and distance for them amounts to the number and to the intensity of effort that it comprises. I'm going to read that again. To move signifies for them to change respiration, and distance for them amounts to the number and to the intensity of effort that it comprises, of changes from inhalation to exhalation. Thus, for example, when we say a distance of 300 miles from the earth, an angel would say 3 successive changes from normal respiration in the sphere of the angels. To draw near for angels signifies a change in respiration. To be unable to draw near means to say that the atmosphere of the sphere which they want to draw near is such that they can no longer breathe there, and that they would faint if they were to enter this sphere. Now that's interesting. This is why the angels were unable to approach the Son of Man during the time when the concentrated forces of terrestrial evolution, the forces of the son of the serpent, were active. They occupied, so to say, the space around the Son of Man, so that the angels were unable to breathe, and therefore were unable to enter there without fainting. Fainting is in quote marks. But immediately that the devil left him and the atmosphere changed, they were able to approach him and did so. One can add, by way of a corollary, that the law of presence delineated above gives us a strong reason for acknowledging the necessity of churches, temples, and consecrated or holy places in general. There are certainly other reasons again, but this would suffice, even if there were no other reasons, for us to defend the protection of all sacred places. Let us therefore protect through our thoughts, words, and deeds all churches, every chapel, and lastly every temple where one prays, worships, meditates, and celebrates God and his servants. Okay, so it's moving on in quote marks. And they ministered to him. And again, I'm going to skip the Latin or the Greek. The plural they indicates to us that it is a matter here of three angels. Each temptation resisted correspondence to an angel charged with a special mission of reward who rendered a special service. What therefore were these services? He had refused, he being famished, to command stones to become bread. Now it was the word which comes from the mouth of God to become bread, which the angel of poverty served him. He had refused to cast himself down from the pinnacle of the temple. Now it was breath from the height of the throne of God that the angel of chastity brought to him. He had refused to accept the role of Superman, to be king of the world at the price of worshiping the ideal of the world, of the serpent. Now it was the royal crown of the world of God that the angel of obedience presented him. Just as the three mages offered their presents to the newborn child, gold, frankincense, and myrrh, so did the three angels offer a present to the Master after his baptism in the Jordan and his confirmation in the wilderness. The crown of gold, breath of incense from the throne of God, and the divine word become food. This is what happened immediately after the three temptations in the wilderness. This was the response from above to the threefold renunciation by the Son of Man below. But what was the effect of the vanquished temptations, not only for the vanquisher himself, and not only immediately, but also for the outside world of the so-called four elements and in the course of time? The effect here was mastership of the world of the elements, and what took place in the course of time was the 7 archetypal miracles described in the Gospel according to John, i.e., the miracle at the wedding of Cana, the miracle of the healing of the nobleman's son, the miracle of the healing of the paralyzed man at the pool of Bethesda, the miracle of the feeding of the 5,000, the miracle of walking on the water, the miracle of healing the man born blind, and the miracle of raising Lazarus at Bethany. And to the manifestation of these 7 aspects of mastership or glory, there corresponds the revelation of the 7 aspects of the name of the Master. I am the true vine. I am the way, the truth, and the life. I am the door. I am the bread of life. I am the good shepherd. I am the light of the world. And I am the resurrection and the life. This is the rainbow of 7 colors of the manifestation of glory or mastership, and also the octave of the 7 tones of revelation of the name or mission of the vanquisher of the 3 temptations. And this rainbow shone around the empty and somber place in the wilderness where the temptations took place. The 7 miracles of the gospel, according to John, are, in their totality, the glory, doxa in parentheses, or splendor of the victory of the three sacred vows over the three sacred temptations. Here there is at the same time a beautiful piece of qualitative mathematics. The threefold good, when it prevails over the threefold evil, produces sevenfold good, whilst when the threefold evil prevails over the threefold good, it produces only threefold evil. For the good is only qualitative, and when it is able to manifest itself, it manifests itself wholly in its indivisible fullness. This is what the number 7 is, fullness, pleroma, or when it manifests itself, glory, doxa, which St. John speaks of when he says, "And we have beheld his glory, and from his fullness we have all received grace upon grace." John 1:14 and 16. And the first miracle, that of the wedding at Cana, was the beginning of the manifestation of this fullness of glory. Okay, there's a verse here, short one. This, the first of his signs, Jesus did at Cana in Galilee, and manifested his glory, and his disciples believed in him. John 2:11. You guys want me to keep going? We're at 150, just getting ready to move to 151. It's not necessary. If someone else wants to read or want to change, it's fine with me. It's a drudgery to read it, but I am enjoying it.
This is from Meditations on the Tarot.
Yes, it is.
Related to which card?
The Chariot.
The Chariot.
Card number 7, the Chariot.
I say keep going if people are into it.
Yeah, I mean, I won't be offended if you say no, but I'm happy to continue. I can keep reading. I wish I wouldn't have taken a drink from the wrong seltzer water that was flat. That was kind of gross, but at least it was cold.
Yeah, wet your whistle and return to the book.
Up, down, keep going.
All right.
Getting some good bingo words out of this reading right now. Doxology.
Never thought to write Jesus Christ on my bingo card. No, it's the most obvious thing to write.
You were saying something that sounded like dox, and I was reminded of the word doxology, which is a liturgical formula of praise to God. The doxology.
Yeah, and that makes sense because that's glory.
That is the glory. That's a great
Doxa.
word for a bingo card, but perhaps someone might put the word glory whole on the bingo card just to be certain that there's some humor involved.
Yeah, like GLORY-WHOLE, right?
Yes,
Glory.
exactly. Full of glory.
All right, continuing
And
on.
don't forget the gloriole, which is the portal of the Vesica Piscis.
Yeah.
The gloriole is the glory hole.
I always feel slightly bad when I point out to people that most of the beautiful little statues ornate of Mother Mary are literally the full vagina in its glory. Like, see it? Some of the sculptures are so obvious that you can't really make an argument against it. But
Yeah, there's a question in chat, more of a statement rather. How is it that Abrahamics continue to make the claim of monotheism is beyond me? Snake, good question. I think the answer is henotheism. They acknowledge other gods. The monotheistic aspect is the aspect of worshiping one god above all the others.
yeah, it is. What'd you say the word was, Alan? I want to memorize that word. Heno.
Heno, Heno, henotheism.
Because I've heard that before, but yeah. There's. I'd say it's like a canard or a misnomer that they put against all the Abrahamic faiths anyway. Like they. Just because there's one, I don't know. I think it's an either intentional misunderstanding of monotheism as a point in argument. It's sophistry, or it's just people not fully understanding all the varieties. I don't know if you guys know of any religion that only believes in one God. Period. No spirits, no emissaries, nothing but God and the material creation.
Well, if we break down the word belief, that might lead us further in the discussion. Is there a group of people that believes in only one God? Or do they acknowledge other gods and only believe in one of them?
Yeah. Only give true praise, honor, and worship to one, but obviously admit that the others exist.
Only doxology to the one God that you believe in.
There you go. Yeah.
No,
exactly.
no worship or adoration for any other gods that you acknowledge exist because there are history books.
May I comment on that? Because
Please
go
do,
ahead.
Joshua.
so it's you could contend from even the Sumerian pantheon or various others that there is a most high station that who's given the authority, the authorship, the ability to craft laws, legislation. And this is what it's meant by, we do not live by bread alone, but from every word from the mouth of God. So when the Catholic Church, for instance, makes their papal bulls, they're mimicking the Taurus energy of the throat, the speaking of laws. And so they're trying to mimic heaven in that way, the bull of heaven. Ishtar, for instance, petitioned Anu to go after Gilgamesh and Enkidu by summoning the bull of heaven, in which case Anu would have been forced to speak a death decree against him, but he had the authority to do that, for instance. So I think there is a station of the Most High, and it's just maybe part of our reality, whether we are able to perceive it or not. I think that's kind of like the way it's set up. So some people might want to call that the demiurge, or but
No, that's a great point. That makes a lot of sense.
I think Anu sounds a lot like Giannis, John.
Yeah, the gatekeeper. And one more thing, I kind of learned the meaning of bullseye this way. So the eye of the bull is in Taurus. And so when we refer to the bull of heaven, we may be kind of maybe referencing that, because the definition of sin is to miss the mark. So what is the mark but the papal or the bulls or the decrees? So we kind of get bully from this as well. So we're kind of being bullied by our government, right? So, you can almost think of the matador as dancing with death, or the death decrees, or, the dance steps, like the Nataraja, as it were.
Yeah, that's all very good and quite appropriate with so many Tauruses hanging around these places.
I didn't even think about all the,
an audience of bulls listening.
Yeah, actually, I was thinking about Mario, how you were breaking down the 7 stars and the Big Dipper, Ursa Major. And speaking of the bull, the Pleiades, the 7 sisters and the Pleiades, the face of Taurus, I always assumed that anytime there's a reference to 7, it was a reference to the face of the bull. But maybe it's actually talking about the Big Dipper. Anyway, that's just kind of something that's been kind of pinging around my head. Speaking of bulls.
No, exactly.
And
That's
7.
a common assumption, and that's what I used to think too.
Mm-hmm.
No doubt there are references to the 7 sisters, the Pleiades, like that. But I'm starting to think kind of what I've been talking about, right? Is that a lot of times it's a reference to Ursa Major. And I've seen some amazing breakdowns regarding a lot of the stuff I've been talking about lately. And but like all of the symbolism really matches up. Actually, I think there's a switcheroo at some point. I think somehow the new, whatever you want to call it, I think they want people to and so I kind of have a whole theory about that it's intentional misdirection.
I wouldn't doubt it. Anyway, sorry to.
Now that makes the most sense to me, that the world is under terrific subterfuge from whatever the former reality was. It's all been carefully hidden because I think the former reality will spring back into place. Sounds like someone's moving furniture.
Ollie oxen free. So the decrees.
Were you playing hide and seek this whole time, Joshua? Is that what was so loud? Did they find you?
And one other thing to add is that the decrees are the attempt to set order among the chaos. So the craftsman, the master craftsman or architect, if you will, the ones that spread the canvas, just like you guys are doing now. I mean, the creator thus spoke, right? So you can kind of think of the abyssal waters as the canvas upon which everything was crafted upon. But one other thing I wanted to mention, pardon for bogarting, but the 7 spirits that were spoken of in the tarot book there. So in the Testament of Solomon, after he summons all of these spirits, he then is encountered with the 7 sisters that are chained. And it's the last sister who he's not able to know the name of. So we are talking earlier about the names. He was learning the names of all of these demons, but there was one that he did not have the authority to know the name of. And so I see her as mystery, and curiosity killed the cat, meow. So I think the lesson that Solomon had to learn was that he had to learn to be content being a human, and that there were certain things that we're just not meant to know. And so his pursuit of that was what caused him to fall.
That makes good sense.
Yeah.
It's right in line with Solomon anyway. I've always had a soft place in my heart for King Solomon.
Yeah, that's great information. Thanks for sharing.
Okay, so I'll continue on here unless people will have a better idea. I don't know if I'll make it to 69, but we'll just continue on for a little while anyway.
Go for it.
Sean, you have to make it to 69 because cancer was such a theme on Vibrant.
Right.
Well, I'll be completely candid, Chance. It won't be the first time I've made it to 69, but I'll try my best on your behalf.
Oh. No, I've wanted to read this book. It's good. I'm enjoying it.
Oh, it's excellent. I'm trying to study it so that I can add it to my. I don't really know tarot very well, so this was my preliminary steps. Like, okay, I'm gonna start reading this book, and it's really insightful. But
if you only make it to 68, you'll owe us one later.
That's right. Okay, continuing. His disciples believed in him means to say that they believed in his name or his mission, which was revealed in its 7 aspects by the 7 I am sayings quoted above from the gospel according to John. Now, the effect of the triumph over the temptation in the wilderness was the manifestation of the 7 aspects of mastership or glory, the 7 miracles, and the revelation of the mission or name of the master. And all this was nothing other than the manifestation of the glory of the Father through the Son, and the revelation of the name of the Father through the name of the Son. But the possibility of the other glory, i.e., the manifestation of mastership in one's own name, also exists. The words of the Master at the head of this letter, I have come in my Father's name, and you do not receive me. If another comes in his own name, you will receive him. State it clearly. Experience in the domain of occult, esoteric, hermetic, Kabbalistic, Gnostic, magical, Martinist, Theosophical, Anthroposophical, Rosicrucian, Templar, Masonic, Sufi, Yogistic movements, and other contemporary spiritual movements supply us with ample proof that the words of the Master have in no way lost their actuality, even in the domain of science and in the movements of a social or national or semi-scientific nature. Because for what other reason do the Theosophists, for example, prefer the Himalayan Mahatmas, whose astral bodies through projection appear from a great distance, or who precipitate letters written in blue or red crayon to the Master, who has never ceased to teach, inspire, illuminate, and heal amongst us and near to us in France, Italy, Germany, Spain, to name only the countries where there have been well-established cases of meeting with him, and who himself said, I am with you always to the end of time. Matthew 28:20. For what other reason does one seek a guru amongst the Hindu yogis or Tibetan lamas without giving oneself half a chance to seek for a teacher illuminated through spiritual experience in our monasteries or spiritual orders or amongst lay brothers and sisters who practice the master's teachings and perhaps are quite near at hand? And why do members of secret societies or orders of the Masonic type consider the sacrament of flesh and blood of the Lord insufficient for the work of building the new man? And why do they seek special rituals to supplement it or even to replace it? Remember, the person they're speculating who's written this book is some type of a monk or a priest, in case it's not obvious from the writing. Yes, all these questions fall under the heading of the words of the Master. I have come in my Father's name, and you do not receive me. If another comes in his own name, you will receive him. Why? Because for some, the Superman has more attraction than the Son of Man, and because he promises them a career of increasing power, whilst the Son of Man offers only a career of foot washing. Dear unknown friend, do not interpret what I am saying in the sense that I am opposed or even hostile to the above-mentioned societies, fraternities, and movements of a spiritual and initiatory nature, nor in the sense that I am accusing them of an anti-Christian attitude. Do not attribute me with a lack of respect for the Mahatmas and Gurus of India. It is a matter here only of the purely psychological tendency that I have been able to observe something of everywhere, which prefers the idea of the Superman to the ideal of the Son of Man. There is room to add, in order to do justice to the societies and fraternities mentioned, that if this tendency shows up all over the place at the core of these societies and fraternities, it is also so that it is everywhere combated in a more or less effective way. There is always an opposition to this tendency, although this opposition is sometimes only that of a minority. Be that as it may, the charioteer of the arcanum, the chariot, is the victor over trials, i.e., the temptations, and if he is master, then it is thanks to himself. He is alone, standing in his chariot. No one is present to applaud him or to pay homage to him. He has no weapons, the scepter that he holds not being a weapon. If he is master, his mastership was acquired in solitude, and he owes it to the trials alone, and not to anyone or anything external to himself. The victory achieved in solitude, what glory and what danger it comprises at one and the same time. I'm going to read that again. The victory achieved in solitude, what glory and what danger it comprises at one and the same time. It is only the real glory, for it in no way depends on human favor and judgments. It is intrinsic glory, the real radiance of the aura become luminous. It is, however, at the same time the most real and the most serious spiritual danger which exists. Pride and vaingloriousness, the traditional name which one gives to it, do not suffice to characterize it in an adequate way. It is more than this. It is rather a kind of mystical megalomania where one defies the regulating center of one's own being, one's ego, and where one sees the divine only within oneself and becomes blind to the divine above and outside of oneself. The higher self is then experienced as the supreme and unique self of the world, although it is only higher in relation to the ordinary empirical self, and it is far from the supreme and unique being, far from being God, in other words. It would be as well now to dwell on the problem of identification of the self with the higher self and of the higher self with God. C.G. Jung, who after having explored the sexual or Freudian layer and then that of the will to power or Alderian layer of the unconscious, i.e. latent or occult consciousness of the human being, encountered a spiritual, mystical, gnostic, and magical layer during the course of his clinical and psychotherapeutic experience. Instead of drawing back from it or extracting himself from it through a corrosive explanation, he had the courage and honesty to set himself to the laborious study of the phenomenology of this layer of the unconscious. Now this work proved fruitful. Jung discovered here not only the causes of certain psychic disorders, but also the profound and intimate process that he designated as the process of individuation, which is nothing other than the gradual birth of another self. Jung called it the capital S self, higher to oneself or one's ordinary ego. The discovery of the process of the second birth prompted him to extend the range of his exploratory work considerably, notably to include symbolism, mystery rituals, and the comparative study of contemporary and ancient religions. Now this broadening of his field of exploration also proved fruitful. Jung's arrival at his discovery, which at first racked him, preventing him from speaking of it to a living soul for 15 years, had its train of consequences, including the knowledge and description of some dangers or temptations belonging to the way of initiation and the process of individuation which corresponds to it. One of these dangers, which are at the same time trials or temptations, is that which Jung designated by the term inflation, which signifies the state of consciousness of the self inflated to excess, and what is known in psychiatry in its extreme manifestation by the term megalomania. Therefore, here we are concerned with a range of psychic phenomenon which, to begin with, show up in relatively innocent forms, such as high opinion of oneself, which is not entirely justified, or the somewhat exaggerated desire to have one's own way, which becomes quite dangerous when they manifest as a disparaging negativity towards everyone. The faculties of appreciation, gratitude, and worship being concentrated upon oneself, and which eventually signify a catastrophe that is rarely curable when they reveal themselves as obsession with when they reveal themselves as obsession with easily recognizable illusions, or megalomania, pure and simple. Here, then, are the principal dangers of inflation. Exaggerated importance attached to oneself, superiority complex tending towards obsession, and lastly, megalomania. The first degree signifies a practical task for work upon oneself. The second degree is a serious trial, whilst the third is a catastrophe. What is it a question of in the process of inflation? Let us look first at what Jung himself says about it. The superordinate personality is the total man, i.e., man as he really is, not as he appears to himself. To this wholeness, the unconscious psyche also belongs, which has its requirements and needs just as consciousness has. I'm going to read that again. To this wholeness, the unconscious psyche also belongs, which has its requirements and needs just as consciousness has. I usually describe the superordinate personality as the self, thus making a sharp distinction between the ego, which, as is well known, extends only as far as the conscious mind, and the whole of the personality, which includes the unconscious as well as the conscious component. The ego is thus related to the self as a part of the whole. To that extent, the self is superordinate. Moreover, the self is felt empirically not as subject, but as object. And this by reason of its unconscious component, which can only come to consciousness indirectly by way of projection. C.G. Jung and C. Karenyi, Introduction to a Science of Mythology, and it gives more references here for the book. Now, this way of projection is living symbolism, traditional symbolism, as well as symbolism manifesting itself in dreams, active imagination, and visions. Dreams, when observed in a series, often running into several hundreds, show that they obey a kind of plan. They seem to relate to one another and to be subject in a profound sense to a common goal. In the deepest sense, they seem to be, now this is quoting again from Jung, I don't know. In the deepest sense, they seem to be subordinate to a common goal, so that a long dream series no longer appears as a senseless string of incoherent and isolated happenings, but resembles the successive steps in a planned and orderly process of development. I have called this unconscious process spontaneously expressing itself in the symbolism of a long dream series, the individuation process. Okay, that's C.G. Jung, The Structure and Dynamics of the Psyche. The process of individuation is the spontaneous realization of the whole man. For the formula that is henceforth valuable for the notion of soul is psyche equals ego conscious plus unconscious. And that's also quoted here from another book by Jung called The Practice of Psychotherapy. With respect to the role of the unconscious in this formula, it is necessary to take account of the fact, principally, that in every child consciousness grows out of the unconscious in the course of a few years. Also, that consciousness is always only temporary state based on an optimum physiological performance and therefore regularly interrupted by phases of unconsciousness. And it says sleep in parentheses. And finally, that the unconscious psyche not only possesses the longer lease of life, but is continuously present, i.e., it assures the continuity of being. Now, the process of individuation is that the harmonization of the conscious self and the unconscious in the psyche. But the conscious and unconscious do not make a whole when one of them is suppressed and injured by the other. That's Jung from Conscious, Unconscious, and Individuation. It is a matter of harmonization which is only realizable by the way of the recentering of the personality, i.e., the birth of a new center of the personality which participates in the nature of the unconscious as well as the conscious self, a center, in other words, where the unconscious is perpetually in transformation into consciousness. This is the aim of the process of individuation, which is at the same time a stage of initiation. The process of individuation operates, as we have said, by establishing a collaboration between the unconscious and the conscious. The domain of symbols affords such a collaboration, and it is here, consequently, that it can begin. In the process of individuation, one meets, or rather one awakens, the symbol forces that Jung designated, in consideration of their typical character by the name archetypes. The archetype, let us never forget this, is a psychic organ present in us all. A bad explanation means a correspondingly bad attitude to this organ, which may thus be injured. But the ultimate sufferer is the bad interpreter himself. Hence, the explanation should always be such that the functional significance of the archetype remains unimpaired, i.e., that an adequate and appropriate relationship between the conscious mind and the archetype is ensured. For the archetype is an element of our psychic structure and thus a vital necessary component in our psychic economy. There is no rational substitute for the archetype any more than there is for the cerebellum or the kidneys. And that's from Introduction to a Science of Mythology again. Now, one must not take archetypes lightly. They are formidable psychic forces which can also invade, inundate, and engulf consciousness. This is what happens in the case of the identification of consciousness with the archetype. Then it produces, more often than not, an identification which the role of the heroes, and sometimes, when it is a matter of the archetype named the wise old man or the great mother, an identification with a cosmic figure. At this stage, there is usually another identification, this time with the hero, whose role is attractive for a variety of reasons. The identification is often extremely stubborn and dangerous to mental equilibrium. If it can be broken down and consciousness reduced to human proportions, the figure of the hero can gradually be differentiated into a symbol of the self. And let us add, if this does not succeed, the figure of the hero takes possession of consciousness, then the second identification, or the epiphany of the hero, takes place. The epiphany of the hero, the second identification, shows itself in a corresponding inflation. The colossal pretension grows into a conviction that one is something extraordinary, or else the impossibility of the pretension ever being fulfilled only proves one's own inferiority, which is favorable to the role of the heroic sufferer, a negative inflation. Okay, that makes sense. In spite of their contrariety, both forms are identical because unconscious compensatory inferiority tallies with conscious megalomania and the unconscious megalomania with conscious inferiority. You never get one without the other. Once the reef of the second identification has been successfully circumnavigated, conscious process can be cleanly separated from the unconscious and the later observed objectively. This leads to the possibility of an accommodation with the unconscious and thus to a possible synthesis of the conscious and unconscious elements of knowledge and action. This, in turn, leads to a shifting of the center of personality from the ego to the self. Wowzer. I'm glad I'm not reading just Young out of one of these academic books because it's kind of even denser than this book.
You know I brought that book. I'm not gonna read it tonight though. That was dense.
Yeah, you were. Yeah, I was thinking of you as I was reading this. I was like, oh God, poor Kaylee. This is what she didn't have any hope of it going back to the other book.
Yeah.
We're all benefiting from your suffering.
Wow.
Well, I'm glad to continue suffering. I mean, we're at 57 now. That's still 10 more pages. I don't.
Oh, wow. Do you want to take a break for a moment? Because I dug something up.
Yeah, I'm down to listen and talk about it for sure.
Wow. So a little slip of the tongue provides the word Phrygian cat and not the cap. But then I went in search of the Cataphrygian and found Montanism again. The 2nd century doctrines of Montanus of Phrygia, who believed that the Holy Spirit or Paraclete dwelt within him and made him its instrument for guiding men in the Christian way. Montanism, also called Cataphrygian heresy or New Prophecy, a heretical movement founded by the prophet Montanus that arose in the Christian church in Phrygia, Asia Minor in the 2nd century. Subsequently, it flourished in the West, principally in Carthage under the leadership of Tertullian in the 3rd century. So that is one aspect of a Cataphrygian.
Interesting.
But I also found a Roman
like Martinism, only there was no R, huh? Montanism?
Yeah, if you have familiarity with Tracy Twyman, all of her works combined, and I've read every single one, you would probably come across talks of Montanus of Phrygia and Montanism. And I know she mentions Paraclete or Holy Spirit quite often. So that was kind of a happy accident to stumble into that from a slip of the tongue. Although closer to the target for my search would be this article I found on the Roman cat.
Please continue.
Yeah, it's amazing, this flow state synchronicity. I'll share the link here to the article that I'm reading from. And for some reason, it's protecting its copyright by not letting me right-click to copy and paste the text directly from it. So I will respect the copyright by saying, I don't own the copyright, but I'll read the text for you. The Roman character was even less inclined than
Real
the
quick, I just want
Greek.
to say goodnight. Bye, Al, and then start over, Alan. I'm going to listen to this tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you. Does anyone else have anything
Good
to
night,
say?
buddy.
Good night, brother.
Good night, Chance. Thank you.
Buenas noches.
So this is the Roman cat, part 1. The Roman character was even less inclined than the Greek to truly appreciate the cat's positive attributes. The very traits of duty, obedience, and loyalty that the Romans highly prized were quite obviously non-existent in the domestic cat. In contrast, though, by its very nature, the Roman cat represented freedom, independence, and autonomy. Characteristics the Romans clearly admired. In a temple dedicated to Libertas, the goddess of freedom and independence, erected on Mount Aventine, it was the Roman Tiberius Gracchus who placed a cat at the feet of the goddess adorned in a white robe, holding a scepter in one hand and a Phrygian cap in the other. The velvet Phrygian cap worn by freed Roman slaves signified liberty, and the cat, of course, symbolized independence. For who can deny the cat's basic nature of abhorring confinement? That's the cat out of the box joke. Rome honored the cat with the saying, Libertas sine labore, liberty without labor, an apt association to our independent Felis Silvestris. So this is like Felix the cat or Sylvester the cat.
Yeah, Felix Sylvester, that's nice.
A wild cat or a feral cat, meaning a cat that is not domesticated. This is not your pet cat. This is a wild cat. So already in those first 2 paragraphs, it already answered the question of, is there an actual concept to a Phrygian cat? And does the Phrygian cat wear a Phrygian cap? And the answer might be, well, it depends if it's a wild cat or a domesticated cat.
Yeah, maybe in the cat, the hat represents slavery to domestication.
And there you said it.
Freedom for us.
The Cat in the Hat.
The Cat in the Hat.
Dr. Seuss.
Yes.
You might not believe me, but I just pulled strength from my deck.
Of course you did. Of course you did. And like that is the image of a woman prying open the mouth of a wild cat.
In my deck, I'll show you guys the deck. Yes, in the right away, yes. In the Hermetic Golden Dawn
The
Tarot.
Hermetic, yes.
She's just touching his head with
So
a torch.
yeah, that's a more tamed cat, perhaps, maybe a trained circus animal or something. Circus Maximus, connecting us back to Rome.
Maybe.
And
Wow.
isn't that particular card sometimes interchangeable with justice?
Yes. They've been flipped.
Depends on the deck. The deck version you're looking at, the Thoth deck, they're flipped. This would be strength or fortitude for Leo. And justice is Libra, also called
So-
adjustments.
I wonder what she's trying to pull out of the mouth. The cat's meow, perhaps.
That's great.
So Scepter has been brought up like 3 or 4 times tonight. And it reminds me of Sept, as in September, which is the character's name from Rachel's book.
Yeah.
Centenary, because September is when the 7th sign starts, Libra. And then it makes me wonder if Scepter is actually an Axis Mundi reference with Ursa Major and the 7 steps of everything that I've kind of been going on about lately.
Yeah, it certainly seems like it to me, Mario.
Right?
The scepter and that damn orb with the cross on it both make me think of, every time I see him, I think of you and the polar theory.
Yeah, no, that makes total sense. And regarding what you read, so early on it was talking about the number 7 being equaling fullness. And then to me, kind of the theme or what it's trying to get across is that individuation is the fullness of self, which is what the 7 represents.
Right.
And sometimes the chariot is referred to as, or the chariot card, or just chariot symbolism in general. Sometimes there's this phrase called the path of the chariot, and they're referencing death, that the path of the chariot is death itself. And to me, you don't get to become an individual or go through the process of individuation without killing the former self.
Right.
You know, and then also to the hero's journey basically being individuation. And so there's a lot of good stuff with everything you're reading, man. So I'm appreciating it.
I'm still willing to continue if you guys want me to. It is dense, but I don't mind.
Yes, please continue. Oh, go ahead, Joshua.
The chariot being death, I had heard one time that you had to prostrate yourself lower than the wheels of Odin's chariot, or you'd be cut down. Like, I guess you had spikes on the axles. So if you were lower than his chariot, you wouldn't be cut down. So
Interesting. Yeah, I never heard that.
Yeah, that's new to me too. That's interesting.
Pardon, I just wanted to interject there.
Always, please do. Great
I'm
contribution.
supposed to talk to an Odinist alchemist tomorrow, so maybe I'll remember and see what he says.
He was in the chat earlier. Benjamin. Okay, I don't know if you're referring to Benjamin, but
I am.
Okay. Scepter is interesting. That actually just came up in a totally different video. I listened to the latest My Family Thinks I'm Crazy with Gordon, Mr. Gordy Two Shoes.
Yeah.
And in the outro, the extended outro, he had on Homie Romy. And Romy was talking about his new herbal smokes that he's making called the Scepter smokes or whatever, with a bunch of different medicinal and alchemical herbs.
Yeah. Scepter smokes, huh?
Yes, I was teasing Romy to tell us more about the scepter when he was on earlier episode, but maybe he didn't want to speak too soon about that.
Didn't want to spill the beans about it.
I heard him speak about it on the Rising from the Ashes, so I thought maybe I'd ask him about it, but he didn't want to say too much more.
Yeah, that gives me ideas because I quit smoking. I actually quit smoking twice in my life, and the second time I swore that I would never smoke anything ever again because that's part of the book that I read that helped me. But it's just a good idea anyway to truly swear it off. You know, don't smoke marijuana, don't smoke cigars, don't smoke anything. Don't smoke little vape hits or any of those little vapors that come out of those fabulous pins either. You know, none of that stuff. So it made me think I could get some kind of a smoking device and get Romy cigarettes. And then if I was really tempted to have this experience, I could use the smoking device to have it smoke it like incense. And then I would at least be able to smell, you know, the blend.
Yeah.
Strange idea. Makes me think of those. They used to have a mechanism by which you could smoke a whole cigarette really fast, and it would show you all the tar, like it captured it in a clear plastic bag or a container, like with some cotton, so you could see how bad it was, you know, for you. It used to be some kind of. I'm sure it was a product of the DARE program or something like that, you know.
Gnarly.
But anyways,
I dare someone to draw an angry Garfield cat wearing a Phrygian cap, standing next to a Smurf who's not wearing a Phrygian cap because Garfield took it from him.
Yeah, and have him smoking a Scepter cigarette. Garfield smoking a Scepter. Or the Smurf. Maybe it's the Smurf. He's mad. He's lost his hat.
If it's not too much to ask, these details are important. Maybe we can tease Adam Lauren to whipping up one of those.
I don't know if you could tease him into it, but you could certainly bribe him with money.
Oh.
It might be a lot, but it would be worth it to get Adam Lore to draw Garfield and a Smurf in these postures. Would be worth, to me, it would easily be worth $150.
Oh yes.
The DARE logo is a lion wearing the DARE shirt, by the way.
Yeah,
of course it is.
Because they're lying. They're telling you in plain sight. They're lying about the whole thing.
Well, gentlemen, it's been a pleasure.
Bailing off, Kaylee?
I am. I'm sleepy.
All right.
I'm sleepy. I'm gonna keep listening though. So
yeah, I'll keep reading it for a little while.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat actually, so I'm gonna take off as well. But I'll probably catch up with this tomorrow. So
yeah, for sure.
I'm really interested to see what else is in there.
Right.
Yeah, I'll at least continue for a few pages. So
cool deal. All right, good night.
You ready to join us early on Saturday? Earlier.
Yeah, I'm down.
Word.
It'll be a good time. All right, see ya.
Peace, guys.
Mini meows.
Okay, so we left off with the shifting of the center of the personality from the ego to the self. Right? That's where we were, right? Yeah. This is the aim of the process of individuation. Now, inflation is the principal risk that attends each person who seeks the experience of depth, the experience of what is occult, which lives and works behind the facade of phenomena of ordinary consciousness. Therefore, inflation constitutes the principal danger and trial for occultists, esotericists, magicians, Gnostics, and mystics. That's us, folks. Monasteries and spiritual orders have always known this, thanks to the immense pillar of experience which they have accumulated over millennia in the domain of the profound life. This is why their whole spiritual practice is based on the cultivation of humility by such means as the practice of obedience, the examination of conscience, and the reciprocal brotherly help of members of the community. Thus, if Sabbatai Zevi had been a member of a spiritual order with a discipline similar to that of Christian spiritual orders and monasteries, his illumination would have never led to his revealing himself in 1648 to a group of disciples as the promised Messiah. Neither would he have had to become a Turk in order to save his life and continue his mission. God has made me an Ishmaelite Turk. He has commanded, and I have obeyed, the 9th day after my second birth. He wrote to his followers in Smyrna, because he would have been spared positive inflation just as he would have been spared negative inflation, of which Samuel Gandor, his disciple, gives the following description. It is said of Sabbatai Zevi that for 15 years he has been bowed down by the following affliction. He is pursued by a sense of depression, which leaves him no quiet moment and does not even permit him to read, without his being able to say, what is the nature of this sadness which has come upon him? And that's Gershom G. Scholem, Major Trends in Jewish Mysticism, London 55, page 290. The history of the illuminated Kabbalist Sabbatai Zevi is only an extreme case of the general dangers and trials which all practicing esotericists have to face. Indeed, Hargrave Jennings expressed this danger and trial in such a way concerning the Rosicrucians. They speak of all mankind as infinitely beneath them. Their pride is beyond idea. Although they are most humble and quiet in exterior, they glory in poverty and declare that it is the state ordered for them. And this though they boast universal riches. They decline all human affections or submit to them as advisable escapes only. Appearance of loving obligations which are assumed for convenient acceptance or for passing in a word which is composed of them or of their supposal. They mingle most gracefully in the society of women with hearts wholly incapable of softness in this direction, while they criticize them with pity or contempt in their own minds as altogether another order of beings from men. They are most simple and deferential in their exterior, and yet the self-value which fills their hearts ceases its self-glorying expansion only with the boundless skies. In comparison with the Hermetic adepts, monarchs are poor, and their greatest accumulations are contemptible. By the side of the sages, the most learned are mere dolts and blockheads. Thus, towards mankind, they are negative, towards everything else positive, self-contained, self-illuminated, self-everything, but always prepared, nay, enjoined to do good wherever possible or safe. To this immeasurable exaltation of themselves, what standard of measure or what appreciation can you apply? Ordinary estimates fail in the idea of it. Either the state of these occult philosophers is the height of sublimity, or it is the height of absurdity. Hargrave Jennings, The Rosicrucians, Their Rites and Mysteries, London, New York, 1887. I wonder if you can get a copy of that book. That sounds interesting. Let us say absurd as well as sublime, because inflation is always simultaneously sublime and absurd. This is what Eliphas Levi says about it. There is also a science which confers on man powers apparently superhuman. They are enumerated thus in a Hebrew manuscript of 16th century. And here it gives a list. Aleph. He beholds God face to face without dying and converses familiarly with the 7 genii who command the entire celestial army. Beth. He is above all griefs and fears. Gemel. He reigns with all heaven and is served by all hell. Daleth. He rules his own health and life and can influence equally those of others. Heh. He can neither be surprised by misfortune nor overwhelmed by disaster, nor can he be conquered by his enemies. Vav. He knows the reason of the past, present, and future. Zain. He possesses the secret of the resurrection of the dead and the key of immortality. And it gives the Levi book, it says Transcendental Magic, its Doctrine and Ritual. It is a matter here of a program or Is it a matter here of a program or an actual experience? If it is experience, it is one of inflation pushed very far. If it is program, he who takes its realization seriously cannot fail to fall prey to inflation, be it positive, superiority complex, or negative, inferiority complex. Whatever it may be, the experience or program of this Hebrew manuscript of the 16th century quoted by Eliphas Levi shows a remarkable similarity to the experience of John Custance, described by him in his book Wisdom, Madness, and Folly, The Philosophy of a Lunatic. It is as follows. I feel so close to God, so inspired by his spirit that, in a sense, I am God. I see the future plan, the universe, save mankind. I see the future, plan the universe, save mankind. I am utterly and completely immortal. I am even male and female. The whole universe, animate and inanimate, past, present, and future is within me. All nature and life, all spirits are cooperating and connected with me. All things are possible. I am, in a sense, identical with all the spirits from God to Satan. I reconcile good and evil and create light, darkness, worlds, universes. John Custance, Wisdom, Madness, and Folly of the Philosophy of a Lunatic, London, 1951. The state described by John Custance is characteristic of that of acute mania, and the author himself in no way denies it, but would he still look at it this way, one can ask, if he knew that his experience is found described exactly in the Badarnakya Upanishad, which says, he who has found and awakened the soul that has entered this conglomerate whole, he is the maker of everything, for he is the creator of all. The world is his. Indeed, he is the world itself. And once again, it quotes that Upanishad from the book 13 Principal Upanishads. Can one say with certainty that this text quoted from the Upanishads is based on an entirely different experience than that of John Custance? 38 years ago, I knew a tranquil man of mature age who taught English at the YMCA in the capital of a Baltic country. Now he revealed to me one day that he had attained a spiritual state which manifests itself through the eternal gaze, and which is that of consciousness of the identity of self with the eternal reality of the world. The past, present, and future, seen from the pedestal of eternity where his consciousness had its abode, were an open book for him. He had no more problems, not because he had resolved them, but because he had attained the state of consciousness where they disappeared, having been of no importance. Because problems belong to the domain of motion and time and space, he who transcends this and arrives at the realm of eternity and infinity, where there is neither movement nor change, is free of problems. When he spoke to me of these things, his beautiful blue eyes rayed out sincerity and certainty, but this radiance gave way to a dark and angry look as soon as I raised the question of the value of the subjective feeling of eternity when one is not aware of, or one is unable objectively to do something more towards helping humanity, be it spiritual or other progress, or in the alleviation of spiritual, psychic, and bodily suffering. He did not forgive me this question, and he turned his back on me, which was my last impression of him in this world. He made his way to India, where soon after he died as a victim of an epidemic. I recount this episode in my life only so that you may know, dear unknown friend, when and how the very serious problem of the form of and the dangers of spiritual megalomania were awakened in me, and how I owe it to this objective experience that I began work on this problem, some of the outcomes of which I am in the process of showing. Spiritual megalomania is as old as the world. Its origin is found well beyond the terrestrial world, according to the millennial-old tradition concerning the fall of Lucifer. The prophet Ezekiel gives a most moving description of this. You were the signet of perfection. You were full of wisdom and perfect in beauty. You were in Eden, the garden of God. You were covered with every kind of precious stone, sardonyx, topaz, and diamond, chrysolite, onyx, and jasper, sapphire, carbuncle, emerald, and gold, with which you were adorned, and which were prepared for you on the day that you were created. You were a guardian cherubim with outspread wings. I placed you, and you were on the holy mountain of God. You walked in the midst of the stones of fire. Your heart was proud because of your beauty. You corrupted your wisdom for the sake of your splendor. I cast you to the ground. I exposed you before kings to feast their eyes on you. Ezekiel 28:12-17. Here is the higher, i.e., celestial origin of inflation, superiority complex, and megalomania. And since that which is below is that which is above, or is repeated below in human earthly life form from century and generation to generation, it is repeated above in all the lives of those human beings who are detached from the ordinary earthly settings of the state of consciousness belonging to it, and who transcend it, be in the sense of height, in the sense of breadth, or lastly in the sense of depth. He who aspires to a plane higher than that of the terrestrial setting risks becoming haughty. He who seeks breadth beyond the normal circle of earthly duties and pleasures risks considering himself to be more and more important. He who is in search of depth beneath the surface of phenomenon of terrestrial life runs the greatest risk, that of inflation, of which C.G. Jung speaks. The abstract metaphysician who arranges the worlds according to an order that he has chosen can lose all interest for the particular and for the individual in such a way that he comes to consider human beings to be almost as insignificant as insects. He regards them only from above, seen from his metaphysical height. They lose all proportion and become for him small or almost insignificant, whilst he, the metaphysician, is great, since he participates in great metaphysical things, which clothe him in grandeur. The reformer who wants to correct or save humanity easily falls victim to the temptation of considering himself as the active center or the passive circle of humanity. He feels himself as the bearer of a mission of universal significance. Therefore, he feels himself to be more and more important. The practicing occultist, esotericist, or hermeticist, if he is not practicing, he is only a metaphysician or reformer, experiences the higher forces which work beyond his consciousness and which make their entrance there. At what price? Either at the price of worshipping on his knees, or otherwise at the price of the identification of self with these higher forces, which results in megalomania. One speaks often of the dangers of occultism. Black magic is usually the supreme danger against which the beginner is put on guard by the masters. Others, above all those who know more or less about medicine, see it as disorders of the nervous system. But experience during 43 years of practical occultism or esotericism has taught me the danger of occultism is neither black magic nor nervous disorders. At least these dangers are met no more often among occultists than among politicians, artists, psychologists, believers, and agnostics. I am not able to cite by name any black magician amongst the occultists that I know, where it would not be too difficult to name some politician who, for example, having nothing to do with occultism and who would even be hostile to it, but whose influence and impact agree very well with the classical concept of the black magician. Indeed, it is difficult to name politicians who have exercised a deadly suggestive influence on the popular masses, blinding them and inciting them to acts of cruelty, injustice, and violence, of which each individual taken separately would be incapable, and who through their semi-magical influence have deprived individuals of their freedom and rendered them possessed? And is not this action to deprive men of their moral freedom and to render them possessed the aim and very essence of black magic? No, dear unknown friend, occultists, including those among them who practice ceremonial magic, are neither masters nor disciples of black magic. Truth to tell, they are amongst those who have least in all common with it. It is true that they, above all adepts of ceremonial magic, often fall prey to the illusions and mislead themselves and others. But is this black magic? Besides, where can one find a class of human beings who never makes mistakes? Even Dr. Faust, who made a pact with the devil, and this concerns all pact makers of this kind, ancient and modern, was only the naive victim of a prank on the part of Mephistopheles, who is a rogue well known to all those who have knowledge of the occult world. Because how can you sell something which in no way belongs to you? It is his soul which would have been able to sell Dr. Faust, but never would Dr. Faust be able to give away his soul, however solemn his pact was, and no matter whether he wrote and signed with blood or ordinary ink. Now that's an interesting statement, huh? It is his soul which would have been able to sell Dr. Faust. It is Mephistopheles' way of giving a lesson to those who want to be supermen. He brings to light the puerility of their pretensions, and whilst wholly deploring the naive naivete of poor Dr. Faust, one is led to consider the method of roguishness of Mephistopheles as, in the last analysis, salutary, because what Mephistopheles does, and other examples of this method of a more recent date could be cited, is to show the ridiculousness and absurdity of the aspirations and pretensions of so-called supermen. Of all spirits who deny, the rogue is the least burden to me, says God concerning Mephistopheles in Goethe's Faust. Prologue in Heaven, Faust Part 1. Let us therefore not condemn the rogue of the spiritual world, and above all, let us not be afraid of him. Let us not condemn Dr. Faust, our brother, by accusing him of black magic. It is rather childish credulity of which he can be accused, if he must be accused. In any case, he was 100 times more innocent with respect to mankind than our contemporaries who have invented the nuclear bomb as good citizens and scientists. No, neither black magic nor nervous disorders constitute the special dangers of occultism. Its principal danger, of which, however, it has no monopoly, is designated by the three terms superiority complex, inflation, megalomania. In fact, an occultist who is not a beginner, who has not attained this moral illness, or who has not at some time in the past undergone it, is rare. The tendency to megalomania shows up all over the place among occultists. Decades of personal relationships as well as reading occult literature have taught me this. There are many levels to this moral defect. It manifests at first as self-assurance and a certain informality with which one speaks of higher and sacred things. Then it expresses itself as knowing better and knowing all, i.e. as the attitude of a master towards everyone. Lastly, it manifests as implicit or even explicitly as implicit or even explicit infallibility. I do not want to cite passages from occult literature, nor to name names, nor to mention biographical facts concerning known occultists in order to prove or illustrate this diagnosis. It would not be difficult for you, dear unknown friend, to find them yourself in abundance. What my intention is here is to refute the false accusation concerning occultism on the one hand, and on the other hand, to show up the real danger that occultism presents, so that one is put on guard against it. But what should one do against this danger in order to guard one's moral well-being? The ancients saying, ora et labora, work and pray, constitutes the only answer that I have been able to find. Worship and work constitute the only curative as well as prophylactic remedy that I know against megalomaniacal illusions. It is necessary to worship what is above us, and it is necessary to participate in human effort in the domain of objective facts in order to be able to hold in check the illusions concerning what is and what one is capable of. For whoever is aware of raising his prayer and meditation to the level of pure worship will always be conscious of the distance which separates and at the same time unites the worshiper and the worshipped. Therefore, he will not be tempted to worship himself, which is, in the last analysis, the cause of megalomania. He will always have insight, difference between himself and the worshipped. He will not confuse what he is with what the worshipped being is. On the other hand, he who works, i.e., who takes part in human effort with a view to objective and verifiable results, will not easily fall prey to the illusion with respect to what he is capable of. Thus, for example, a practicing doctor inclined to overestimate his power of healing will soon learn to know the real limits of his ability through the experience of his failures. Jacob Boehme was a shoemaker and was illuminated. When he had the experience of illumination, the door became open to me, so that in a quarter of an hour I observed and knew more than if I had attended the university for many years. He wrote in a letter to the tax collector Lindler, where he recognized the being of beings, the firmament and the abyss, same letter. He in no way concluded from it that he, insofar as he was a shoemaker, could henceforth do more than his colleagues in the trade, or that he himself could do more than before his illumination. On the other hand, through his illumination, he learned to know the greatness of God and the world, of which I was highly astounded without knowing how it happened to me, and thereupon my heart turned to praise of God, same letter, and this filled him with worship. Therefore, it was work and the worship of God which protected the moral well-being of Jacob Boehme, and I allow myself to add here that my experience in the domain of esotericism has taught me that what was salutary in Boehm's case is also so, without exception, regarding all those who aspire to super sensible experiences. Worship and work, ora et labora, therefore constitute the conditio sine qua, conditio sine qua, for practical esotericism in order to hold in check the tendency towards megalomania. This is in order to hold in check, yet in order to obtain immunity from this moral illness, more than this is necessary. Okay, so this is in order to hold in check, yet in order to obtain immunity from this moral illness, more than this is necessary. One has to have the real experience of concretely meeting and being higher than oneself. I mean by concretely meeting neither the feeling of higher self, nor the more or less vague feeling of the presence of higher eternity, nor even the experience of a flood of inspiration which fills one with life and light. No, what I mean by concretely meeting is nothing other than a true and really concrete meeting, i.e. face to face. It can be spiritual face to face in a vision or more physically concrete. Thus, Saint Teresa of Avila, in order to cite only one of many known examples, met the Master, conversed with him, asked and received from him advice and instruction on an objective spiritual plane. Yes, spirituality is not exclusively subjective, it can also be objective. And certain Papist and his group of occultist friends met Monsieur Philip of Lyons on the physical plane. Here are two examples of the concrete meeting that I mean. We're at 163. You guys tolerate 6 more pages? You guys want to bail? It's getting late. I don't know who's all still with us. We've got Jim, we've got Joshua, we've got Alan, and we've got Gabrielle. Okay, so I'll just keep going.
How's your voice?
No, it's fine.
Okay. How's the floor? Is it cold?
I'm standing right in front of a heater, but I did put on different shoes and 2 pairs of socks this time. So.
Okay.
But I appreciate your concern. Thank you.
How's Jim doing? Is Jim on mute? Can we hear Jim? He's giving a thumbs up. He's doodling away.
Oh, I see. Yeah, he's giving us okay.
Someone lost the game, I think.
Yeah, someone definitely just lost the game. I was trying to peek and see what Jim was drawing. Looks like the side of a cliff in Oregon to me. I'd say anyone who's been to Oregon, especially near the Columbia River, would have to agree with me. I could see where I could put Highway 11 right there and make it next to the river. Anyways, alas, I continue. I think I've got 6 more pages in me.
Josh, are you still with us in for the long haul? Joshua.
Meow meow.
So it's not my imagination that you keep saying meow. Very good.
That's correct.
Well, you know, that movie made us all crazy with that word, so you can never really be sure. And if you ask too many times, then you look paranoid. Did you say meow? All right. Page 163.
In here, so I've been muted.
Oh, there you are, Jim. We hear you now.
You got a dog whining? Is that what you said?
Yeah, my big dog's in his little box, his cage, and he's
oh, I hear him.
Making some noise. So
oh man, his name just slipped my mind. What is it? Remind me, please.
Winston.
Thank you. I wanted to call him Seamus. Isn't that weird?
I'm trying to remember the name of the movie where the cop pulls him over and he keeps saying meow, right? Meow.
Yeah, it's Super Troopers.
I was thinking Starship Troopers. I'm like, that's not it. That's not the movie.
Yeah, that's funny. Starship Troopers and Super Troopers. We could make those into one really good movie. If we could combine those.
Starship.
And I don't mean by
Starship
Super Troopers. Fuck yes, we need Starship Super Troopers in our life.
And then we get
Imagine the guy pulling up in light speed and slamming on the brakes next to you and going meow, and then taking off into hyperspace
Starships were
again.
meant to fly. You know the song Starships Were Meant to Fly? Who sings
Ooh,
it?
sounds familiar.
Isn't that what's her name? They used to date Russell Brand.
What is her name?
I don't know if I know the song.
You remember that song that Sean,
Nicki Minaj.
your sister said that the people that she used to watch were singing the song about the fires. Wild. I forget what it was called.
Starships were meant to fly. Hands up and touch the sky. Can't stop because we're so high. Let's do this one more time. Nicki Minaj.
Oh, Nicki Minaj.
Jump in my hoopty hoopty hoop. I own that. I ain't paying my rent this month. I owe that. Yeah. Beautiful
Okay,
poetry.
I vaguely remember it now.
There's a UFO in the end of it. From 2012. That's 10 years old now.
Isn't that weird?
Sorry to bring that to your attention that the Nicki Minaj video, Starships, is 10 years old now.
I was thinking I Play With Matches song.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so it was my cousin. Now I remember what you're talking about, Jim. So my cousin worked with developmentally disabled people. And there's a song called Dark Horse. And I don't think it's by Nicki Minaj. It's by
It's a Katy Perry song.
Katy Perry. And so to give you a short rendition, it's like, do you want to play with magic?
Right.
Right. But I don't remember the rest of the lyrics. But I think it was the Downs kids. One of the Downs kids loved the song and heard it as, do you want to play with matches? And so I always imagined the whole song being put together that way, that the whole song's about playing with fire,
At some point, I would like to have an episode gathering FlowState of the Weaving Spiders Welcome community, and then go through music videos and pick out symbols and talk about them. And one thing I could do, I'm just thinking out loud here, probably not something we could do on YouTube, but I would like to play Katy Perry's Dark Horse video in forward and in a second window in reverse. So then once they get to the middle point, we pause it and we see what symbol is at the crossing point of going forwards and backwards.
Nice. Yeah, that's a good idea.
I've done it before. It's quite surprising.
If I successfully apply to rock Finn Allen, we can do this on my channel for sure.
Okay, that's.
I haven't yet. I've been meaning to ask Chance or someone else who was already on there.
Well, we can do this on Telegram as well. We can broadcast an
true.
entire show to Telegram.
I like the idea of broadcasting to Telegram and then using that as our jumping off point for broadcasting out to other platforms, so that Telegram is the main feed.
Yeah, we can do that in Zoom and then broadcast our Zoom screen.
We could get a
to
person to
Telegram.
manage each stream and we all get the whole thing moving at once. But then if something has to change, we all coordinate again. And so like you could have the guy who's managing the YouTube apologize to all of the YouTube people that they're getting ready to be put on pause and they're not allowed to watch this part, or mute. We're going to mute your video and audio. So if you're
Great idea.
Right?
Oh,
sorry, the stream has to go on, folks. I mean, if you weren't on YouTube, then you would see us somewhere else. But you're not. You're on YouTube. So okay, bye.
Okay, bye.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
I don't know. Part of me is tempted to leave 6 pages because it is 1:30 in the morning. But you guys think it's worthy to read the last bit? We don't have to. We can always save it.
Keep a bookmark there.
Yeah, it's
for sure.
You're the one reading it, so.
I mean, I'm good. My legs are getting a little bit cold and tired, but if you guys want to hear 6 more pages, I'm sure I could make it. I didn't think I'd make it this far. But I'll tell you guys a secret too. Rachel left, so what was that thing called? It wasn't a dragon. It was. Well, it had a funny name, but it was a dragon with no.
A wyvern.
Wavern. So the first thing I did was try to run two of these clays together, but one's really soft and new, and one's really old, and so it made this natural like spiky back. So I started building the Wavern because I can bake it and it will become rigid. But I've got the wings here and the golden chain to tie them up with. But I think I'm going to have to finish this project tomorrow.
It's a nice rendition of Al, or A through L, as
Yes.
is known.
Yeah, A through L. Yeah, that's him.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, I think maybe I am going to bail you guys. Now that I talked about my legs, they are now complaining. So
Yeah, I have completed my bingo card, but I can't show it to you guys yet. But I'm excited about it. I think it's guaranteed to win me a blackout.
nice.
Could I comment on a couple of things first?
Absolutely.
Please go ahead.
Please.
So you mentioned the globe with the cross on it earlier.
Yeah. I never remember what those things are called. I've tried to memorize the name 2 or 3 times. Other than the holy hand grenade, that's what I call it.
Well, you can find some renditions of it as the T and O map. So I went ahead and entered that into the chat there. And that shows the territories of Shem, Ham, and Japheth. So it's split into 3 quadrants. So anyway, that's what some of the maps look like. I tried into the chat, but it doesn't seem to respond too well. And then you mentioned mania earlier. So I wanted to mention the cicada mania in the book, and Phaedrus, the dialogue authored by Plato. He talks about the muses and different degrees of mania, and so there's different forms of madness, as it were, but it was seen as a gift from the muses. So I wanted to mention that as well.
Yeah.
Like an oracle sort of gift.
Yeah, well, the you'd be kind of touched or anointed, and then the state of mania, you wouldn't need to eat or sleep. And of course, they would just dance until they died. But for those that honored the muses, so I'll go ahead and drop that link here as well in the chat, so you can read about it if you like. It's
cool.
Contained somewhere there in the page. Yes, the name, the explicit name. In fact, I once had a dream. I was handed a Vajra, and the name Shem was spoken. It's kind of what led me onto the path of figuring all that stuff out.
Wow, that's fascinating. Thanks for sharing.
Yeah.
I was having a conflation in my mind between the explicit name, the Shem, Hamepharesh, and the sons of Noah being Ham, Shem, and Japheth. So Shem, Ham, and Japheth are the sons of Noah, the explicit name being Shem, Hamepharesh.
Yeah, pretty. There's definitely some there's some clues there, some breadcrumbs.
Speaking of breadcrumbs, I'm glad that we don't have Shem sandwiches. Because I love ham sandwiches.
Oh, and something else about Shem.
You ever had a sham sandwich?
Yuck, 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 yuck. Now I'm just thinking Three Stooges. What are the names of the Three Stooges? And if you say the names of 4 Stooges, you win a prize.
Larry Doc.
Okay, Larry that was really good, Jim. Larry, Moe, Curly, and Doc. Larry, Moe, Curly, and Shem.
Yuck, yuck, yuck. Knuckleheads.
And Shem also refers to, not only does it mean fame, but it also means name. So when you hear Hashem, that is to refer to the fame of the name or the preserved stories, the right hand as opposed to the left. So to exalt oneself, as in the megalomania that you were speaking of, that would be to descend the left hand path. And then if you ascend, it's the right hand path of Hashem. So dissolution into the divine is to share in the fame of the name. But then the left hand path would be to exalt yourself. So really the first hero traces back to Nimrod, who made himself a Geborim. Nobody really knows exactly what that means, but I think it was something to do with alchemy, where he blended himself with giants or something of that nature, or ascended to the Most High, kind of like
Made
with the pole star.
Yeah, it makes me want to get back to studying and reading this book on the regular. I have a friend from Romania who's going to help me to learn the tarot because she's been practicing it for a long time.
Oh, and the hummingbird we were reading about earlier, it's also known as the left hand bird.
The hummingbird is? Really? Because I'm left-handed too, so now that's really messing with me.
I'm left-handed also.
Nice.
Oh.
You're here in the States, Joshua?
Raise both hands if you're ambidextrous.
I am actually. My father said this is the world, and he wouldn't never let me use it, so I grew up ambidextrous.
Now, what did he say about your left hand?
He said that this was a right-handed world, so he.
Oh, right, yeah. Yeah, interesting, because my great-grandmother wanted to do that to me, but my mother wouldn't let her, and I always thanked my mother for that.
Something interesting also, all the nations to the right of Jerusalem, they write down their language from the right to the left. And
Yeah.
all the nations to the west write their language from the left to the right. So all language flows toward Jerusalem, as it were.
Interesting.
Wow.
You never heard that before.
Or does all language flow out of Jerusalem if you do it in reverse?
Yeah.
The eye, the apple of the eye.
Navel of the earth.
But just being ambidextrous kind of opens you up to learning those things, because otherwise, if you were just right-handed, it kind of blinds you to a lot of things that you otherwise wouldn't recognize, I think. And most of the world is right-handed. About only 10% of the world's left-handed. So I kind of, it's interesting to ponder concepts like the mark of the beast within that context.
Yeah, I'll never forget riding on a bus in Scotland and listening to the tour guide, and they said that they used 3 different tests to see if you might be a witch back in the day, and throw you in the lock, which was like essentially the open sewer. They said
I heard that left-handed people were more creative the other day.
I would say in a way that it's true. I don't know if you can just credit them for being more creative, but I would say the creative access to the right brain is, in all the ones I've met, it's more free. And you've seen me, Jim. There's lots of things you'd ask me to do, but your accounting is probably not one of them. Because every time I've taken those tests that measure, it's like gotten better over the years. But when I was young, it was like 10 out of 11 on the woo-woo side of the brain, and scraping around for a little bit of that logical coherence and linear thinking and stuff. But that doesn't equal I would say it equals potential or capacity, but not product.
Well, and if you also consider the neurological benefit to having both sides of the hemispheres more fully developed, you get a more global process going on, whereas, or just like a single core processor,
Oh no, yeah, I'm a singer, guitar player too, so I totally get it. You know, like what that's the whole part of the whole reason behind this broadcast too is that Jim, when he learned about this technique in college, part of the reason was because it to hear the reading and to actively work with your hands or whatever activates the full brain.
Yeah, and in fact, you can use binaural beats like to play a certain frequency in one ear and a varying frequency in the other, and then the difference between the two would uh, help you achieve a certain altered state. That's
Yeah, I've always heard about that, but I've never tried it. I've messed with binaural beats a little bit, but
Yeah, I've had some great effects from binaural beats. I had like a kink in my neck one time, and it was killing me for like a week. And I made an appointment for the chiropractor, and I went down there and I downloaded this app like before I went there. It was a binaural beat app, and I was listening to it in the waiting room. I was like 10 minutes early, and I put it on like a relaxation frequency, and within like 7 minutes I was so relaxed the pain was gone.
nice.
I went in and canceled my appointment. I was like, everything's fine. He's like, what do you mean everything's fine? And I was like, well, I tried this binaural beats app, and it cured my pain. Pretty cool.
I visited a naturopath. I was experiencing sciatica. This was many years ago, and because I don't like doctors, you know, so I went there, and she put headphones on my head to play a certain frequency, and then she used a laser beam to shoot that same frequency into a bottle of water, and she had me drink one of the bottles of water that she created in that manner, or infused rather in that manner. She had me drink it then, and then she gave me another bottle to tell me to drink it after I left, and sciatica went away, and it hasn't. I've only had like minor occurrences of it.
Yeah, beautiful. That's good news.
She created like a resonance.
Yeah.
Well, that makes me think of that new water concept. Now, where was I learning that from? Oh, it was from the man who creates that Brown's gas, that hydrogen machine. I can't think of his name. George Wiseman. George Wiseman, if you listen to the interviews with Chance or with Balderson or wherever you might find Wiseman, sometimes they talk about this concept of creating brand new water. And in their experience with brand new water, anything that they would draw it into contact with, the water would start to take on the properties of it, including orange juice and things like that. So you could, you know, with the machine, you can make brand new water, and then you can start to affect it for the very first time, so that it's so it made a lot of sense when you described that laser process, Joshua.
That is interesting. And there was the experiment rather that I can't remember his name, but there was a Japanese scientist that
Emoto.
Yeah, Emoto.
Yeah, play the music or speak the names, or even just tape. You use tape and write a name on it. The intention, the sound would cause the crystals to form a certain way. Now, alternatively, if you microwave water, it makes it sterile and it won't even germinate seeds.
That's right. It'll kill your plants.
Yeah, and alternatively, once again, if you were to place your seeds within the domain of a dolmen, which are these crystalline stones stacked on one another, they would place their seeds in the midst of that to charge them, and then they would grow abundantly and quickly, which I'm reminded of Jack. Perhaps Jack's beans were placed in the dolmen, the influence of the dolmen stone.
Yeah. And that in the book, the Ringing Cedars, Anastasia books from Russia, they talk about putting the seed in your mouth so that it acclimatizes to your DNA, and then when you plant it, that it grows specifically with your needs in mind.
I've heard this.
That's the point. I forgot about that. You can also help the seed sprout better that way because of the enzymes in your saliva, and you can scar the seed a little bit with your teeth as well.
Very cool. What's a dolmen stone?
If you've ever seen, it's more like a British Isles phenomena. But anytime you take quartz, large slabs of granite, or some type of crystalline stone, and you stack them on one another, you create a piezoelectric effect. And the field that would be generated around these stone monuments was supposed to have a healing effect. So the Pyramid of Giza and perhaps the others with it generated the same effect. And so some people think that they even channeled water beneath them to vibrate them, and that they were transmitters of energy in that way. But also the Apis bull would be placed into a large stone sarcophagus of this type of granite stone. The decomposed in the sarcophagus and eventually build up a lot of pressure, but the pressure wouldn't be great enough to remove the lid of the sarcophagus. So it would actually generate huge amounts of energy that were converted from the pressure from mechanical to electrical energy within the sarcophagus. So
Wow.
it's pretty interesting. So I think that might be one of their sources for electricity back then, was, or what, maybe it was used for some type of funerary rites or magic of some sort.
Made me think also of I have to be quiet now and I'm almost done, but not long ago there was a report at the pyramid complex of the Sun and Moon. I don't remember the proper names, but it's in Mexico. It's a whole complex of pyramids. They said that underground of the main sun temple that they found a river of mercury.
Yes, correct.
I've
And
seen some
another, pardon?
Oh, go ahead.
Well, since you asked, actually, I was going to add another variation of the dolmen is to have a large upright stone with a hole in it. These would be known as Odin stones, and the business transactions could take place by shaking hands through the stone, and the stone itself would be a witness to the oath. And also hand fasting ceremonies would take place, in which case the lovers would clasp hands through the stone's hole, and they would use the ribbon to tie around the hand.
Wow.
Dolmens were quite prolific and megalithic at the same time.
No, that's
But
good information, man. I appreciate it.
you also find this in Joshua chapter 24, when the people are wed to the spirit of Jehovah, rather, and they erect a standing stone under the oak outside the sanctuary. And of course, we see in other cases where the stone is anointed with oil, not that same particular stone, but so it helps us to understand better the concept of kingship as it relates to the stone of scone. Also with the Tuatha De Nan, they had the singing stone. So anytime a true king stepped upon it, it would sing. And this is kind of where we get the Lia Paleo, which is basically, it was the way to confirm a true king. So there was a story of a false king trying to claim kingship, and it wouldn't sing for him, so he cleaved it with a sword. But it still exists today. It's quite an interesting story. The singing stone, and some think that it might have even been transported there, so it might have been the same stone that they formed the covenant with in Joshua, and then it was transported to Ireland. But it's at Terra, which was the name of Abraham's father as well, Terra. So there's some weird connections there.
Yeah. And I could listen to you talk for another hour, but I got to bail. You guys have a good night. I appreciate you. Let's talk more, Joshua. Come on more streams or start your own show so we can come listen to you talk, because you're doing good work.
Many meow. All praise to the Holy Spirit. Meow.
Hallelujah. Talk to you guys soon.
Much love, SB.
Well, I think I'm gonna probably play the music for the rolling credits unless you guys have anything else you'd like to say while we're still live.
Final thought was I mentioned in chat that I read about Dolmen in the David Allen Ritchie book, We the Scythians, The Lie of the Land of Egypt. And he talked about the dolmen and the stones, and how they used the stones as place markers for measurement as they were using sacred geometry to map out the territory.
Which relates again back to the TNO map.
Yes.
And
Glad you mentioned that.
And Joshua was the person responsible for dividing up the land, actually, and dividing it among the tribes.
Yes. And that was part of the ley lines, the sacred geometry, the flower of life configuration over the land, finding where they would build temples over springs where they'd put wells in. There's a lot of interesting history.
Oh, and furthermore, this territory, all the territories on Earth were seen to be governed by spirits. So this particular area was governed by the God of Jacob and Isaac and Abraham. And so they were expected to, in one story, we see the story of the Tenebreth oak. They bury all their idols at the base of the oak. And it's, as it were, not to go into the land beyond the boundary. So they had to leave all their old ways behind and take the new. So there's another reference to the boundary stone and the oak.
Yeah, and stones were used as what, property markers as well.
Yeah.
It makes me think of the cornerstone, you know, they put them in buildings or
Well, yes, in fact, see, every time the Masons are involved with the foundation of a building, they do lay the keystone or the foundation stone. So Christ was referred to as the cornerstone at the head. And then if you go into Pythagorean studies, you learn about the 3, 4, 5 triangle, which can relate to Isis, Horus, and Osiris. And so this Pythagorean theorem is actually pretty interesting. But you can form your own foundation, as it were, is the exercise. And so that's kind of what Masons are striving to do, is to take the rough ashlar and make it the perfect ashlar, which is the foundation stone, or the seed crystal, if you will, like the pineal gland. But yes, it's always in a certain location as well. And so you can find true north in this way. If you ever see the monks wearing a rope around their waist, it'll have 12 knots. And so the idea is that they can take that rope and create a 3, 4, 5 triangle on the ground with sticks. And by doing this, you can find true north with the North Star, the pole star, the bears that we were talking about earlier. And so the whole idea is that you align yourself with true north to become like an antenna for that spirit, as it were.
Wow, yeah, incredible stuff. And you're talking about the 3, 4, 5 triangle. I hope some people took the time this evening to create a 5x5 grid map of the territory of the future episode of Weaving Spiders Welcome 66, with the 4 corners being a way to win the game. If you can highlight the 4 corners of your psychic bingo card, you can claim bingo that you have won. And if you don't want to play, but you do want to win the prize from Mario, all you need to do is make the bingo card and submit it so your name is entered in. If you don't want to listen to the entire stream and highlight your card to attempt to make a blackout grand prize win with the ultimate bingo, you don't need to play the card. Having made the card and then submitting it to us, maybe there's a better word. You're not submitting it. It's a celebration, right? And we're all equal at the symposium roundtable, I suppose.
It's an unveiling, not a submit.
Yeah, the unveiling. I like that. Unveil your psychic bingo card to us before the start of the show. So ideally that would be before midnight on Friday. So then we can clearly see that it was Friday, not Saturday, since we do want to start early on Saturday and we don't want you to have a late unveiling, which would be past the lifeline, not the deadline to enter the psychic bingo. See, this is a difficult thing to explain this in the most uplifting of terms and conditions, of which there are none, because we're making the rules together as a community to decide how we want to play this game of life together, I suppose.
I'd imagine creating that in the hemisync state. Put some binaural beats on and make your bingo card, and it might add to your success.
That is quite true.
Tap into the ether.
I certainly want to see what Joshua's bingo card unveiling shows us.
I'll make one. So it's 5 by 5.
Yeah, the idea is like a bingo board, 5 by 5 grid. Of course, that middle space can be a free space, but also if you use that free space as an opportunity to psychically play the bingo game, maybe you change the word to freedom or libertas or something.
Or just make that the stone, the foundation.
That could be the capstone.
Or the Phrygian
Phrygian cat hat goes in the middle of the square.
Oh, goodness sakes. Yes. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for sharing space and time.
Absolutely. Thank you for coming.
Yeah, man. Great to have you, Joshua.
Meow.
Meow.
I swear. I swear. Crack Spider. I swear. Crack Spider. I swear.
Jim's gonna dance us out. Good night, Jim. Good night, Gabe. Good night, Jim. Good night, Joshua. Good night, Snake. Good night, JLo. Good night, everybody else in chat.
Good night, spiders.
See some of you on the other side of the end of the stream, and we'll wrap things up.
Raised over now the spider can't go within 100% of the spider built the web. And Rachel